The Football Groom, Bachelor Billionaire Romances, a Last Play Companion. Written by Taylor Hart. Narrated by James Fowey. Dedication. For fans of Impossible Attraction, this one is for you. Chapter 1. Cameron Cruz, quarterback for the Denver Storm, stared off the back deck of his recently acquired home in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Being in Jackson for the past 3 weeks had been good for him. It had given him a break from the incessant paparazzi, given him a break from all the questions from his sister Alicia, given him a break from the sport he loved, the sport that was so deeply tied to the father he'd lost 6 months ago. His phone buzzed. Flipping it over, he shook his head. Think of the devil and she shall call. Reluctantly, he answered the phone. Hey, sis. Can you tell me why I'm staring at a deed to a house in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, that's in my name? He'd known she'd find out, but hadn't known when. Does it matter? It does when you're supposed to be in Denver doing special training, which is why I let you out of all the spring branding. Then this shows up in the mail, so yeah, it matters. All my assets are yours, you know that. But you put this one under my name. Cam sighed. Sis, you know your name won't be flagged by the press piranhas like mine will. Plus, all my assets go into the family trust anyway. We share them. Alicia paused. So you're hiding? No. What's going on with you? Why are you in Jackson's? Is Tina still in the picture? His sister worried about him. That's what happened when you had a twin who was 2 minutes older, as she often reminded him. No, Tina's not in the picture. My plans changed, okay? Just... His voice trailed off, and the familiar loneliness pierced the center of his heart. Unwanted emotion surfaced, and he blinked it back. I can't be on the ranch. There are too many memories. Silence. Then she let out a long sigh. I know, Cam. I know. Guilt surged inside him. I know you do. Alicia lived on the ranch with her husband and 2 boys. She'd worked with Dad every day. He sucked in a breath. Do you need any money for the ranch? 'Cause you know you can just call the attorney and he'll put more into the fund. Why didn't you just tell me? Her voice was slightly less accusing. And no, I don't need money. He sank into a deck chair, hating that he'd left her to manage the ranch by herself. Not that she couldn't do it. She'd been basically running it all the past couple of years. But he hadn't forgotten his responsibility. They'd made the decision together to keep the ranch after the funeral. He shook his head. I should be over this. What are you talking about, Cam? Her voice softened. There's no timetable on grief. Don't you remember Dad used to tell us that all the time? The portrait of his mother's face on his dad's night table popped into his mind. His mother had died in childbirth, and his dad had never gotten over her. Cam, what can I do? Nothing. She didn't need his problems, too. You talked about opening a charity in Dad's name or something. Have you done anything? Honestly, opening a charity seemed so cliché. He didn't want to treat his dad's death like it was something ordinary. I haven't decided anything yet. Okay, she said tentatively. I'm fine, really. He opened his eyes and stubbornly wiped his cheeks. He was fine. He was. He willed it to be so. She let out another sigh. Is Tina there? No. Like I said, things ended. They never really had a chance to begin. I just need space. Cam. What? I know you're struggling, but don't blame your relationship issues on Dad's passing. He hadn't been expecting this. What? Things don't work out with any of them because you always get bored and put the toy back on the shelf. Letting out a long breath, he ran his fingers through his hair. "You're really going to do this right now?" "No, I'm not," she sniffed, dismissing the subject. "What are you doing up there?" "Clearing my head. I bought 2 horses." "I guess that's a start." "It is." He nodded, thinking about his long ride earlier. "I've also been doing some writing." "Songwriting?" She sounded skeptical. He'd thought about being a songwriter before his football career took off, but he really wasn't much of one. Lately, he'd been working on some stuff. If he could count scribbling some notes and then wadding the paper up and throwing it in the trash, working. The guitar strumming helped keep the demons in their box. "It wasn't your fault, Cam. You know that, right?" Alicia had told him this over and over. He knew, logically, the car accident could have happened anywhere, but his dad had been coming to one of his games in Denver last winter. On icy roads. He'd told his dad not to come, but secretly, he'd been happy to have his dad come. Football had been their thing, the thing they talked about unceasingly. The thing had cemented their relationship when he was younger. There had been countless hours of playing catch, of his dad coaching him on every team. He had even been the assistant coach when Cam got into high school. Football had been everything to both of them. It had been a bright spot in life. He still remembered the look on his dad's face when he'd told him about going pro. Still remembered staying up all night with his dad, going over old game tape. Everything about his current life and playing the game was tied to memories of his dad. Cam had pushed through the end-of-season games. In fact, it had been commented on in the media that Cam had played better than he had before the funeral. It ticked him off. How dare they say he played better? But later, in the recesses of his bedroom, praying on his knees, he'd come to peace with it, with the fact he'd played harder and better because he'd been playing for his dad, only for him. They'd won the last 2 games, and his team had taken the championship title from the Destroyers, which had been quite a feat. Legend James still hadn't commented on it. But the press was even jumpier about why Cameron was staying silent. That was the main reason he'd bought the house in his sister's name. She was right. He was hiding. And now she'd found him. "Anything new with you guys?" he asked. He imagined her pinching the bridge of her nose, which is what she did when she was worried about something. "We're good." "John?" "He's fine. Been doing some roping." Cameron didn't think it was wise for his brother-in-law to still compete in roping competitions because of the risk to his body. But what could he say? He played professional football for a living. "That's good." "Kurt and Jason have been practicing, and Kurt wants to try it out this season." Cameron thought of his nephews who were 12 and 8. "Kurt's a good athlete. I can see him doing well." He didn't like how perfunctory the conversation sounded, but he didn't have anything else to say. "Cam?" "Yeah?" "Are you okay?" How did he tell his sister the truth? He couldn't. "I'm fine. Great. Doing much better." "Are you just hermitizing?" "No." "Liar. I would have gotten a Google alert about you if anybody knew you were in Jackson." "You've set Google alerts for me?" "Of course." This actually made him laugh, something he hadn't done in a long time. "It's nice to hear you laugh." He sucked in a breath. He was doing better here. Coming to Jackson had been good for his soul, so he decided to share. "You'd be happy. I've grown out the blonde hair." She snorted. "What? You're not dyeing it like the media prima donna you are?" "You never liked the blonde on me." "No, I didn't. I bet you look better." "More like my high school self." "Exactly." "But I have a beard." Another light laugh. "Awesome." Rubbing his chin, he grinned. "I look like Dad. That's been interesting." After a beat, she sniffed. You've always looked like him, Cam. I know, but you know. So, you've been up there buying a house for me, living it up. Living it up isn't quite accurate. Oh, sure. You're probably wrecking my house, staying up late in the hot tub. She sighed. Do I need to talk to you about ownership? He grinned. She sounded just like their father used to when he was lecturing him. Lay it on me. Be careful with my house. He sighed. I'll try. Then he had an idea. He said the words before he could think. You should come up. She didn't hesitate. When? I don't know. 2 weeks? For the 4th of July? Okay. She quickly agreed. The boys will love coming. He checked his phone. 2 weeks for him to get back to his old self. Okay, he breathed out. Will you do me a favor? The favors his sister always asked him to do while growing up were meant to somehow better him. She'd always had the role of half-sister, half-mother. Sure. She wouldn't take no for an answer anyway. Get out of that house. I get out, he said defensively. I don't mean go get all in the press. It's not in your nature to sit around and be a broody songwriter. This made him laugh. I'm totally broody. You're being ridiculous. I'm the broody one. Which was true. Being with people and doing things has always been food for your soul. So get out. Do something. I expect to see some type of Google alert about you soon, or I'll have to make a run up to Jackson sooner than expected. Unable to stop himself, he grinned. You're the only person I know who can make a visit sound like a threat. She laughed. Love you, Cam. Warmth filled him, and he wondered why he'd waited so long to talk to her. I love you too. Then he got off the phone and frowned. Now he really did have to get out of the house. Chapter 2. Cameron walked down Jackson Hole Main Street and peered up at the antler arch hanging over the street and culminating at a point with 2 big elk horns. His sister was right. He had been hiding out at his new house. He'd only been to Walmart, and even then, he'd worn his ball cap and sunglasses just like now. No one had recognized him, and he hadn't drawn attention to himself. It had been hard. He wasn't exactly average build. Growing out his brown hair color and the beard helped a lot, but he still maintained his training, and he was a bit taller than most. Most of the time, he wore a light hiking shirt over his t-shirt and shorts, just to cover up even more. After talking to his sister yesterday, he decided if they were coming up for a visit, he wanted to have stuff for the family to do. Most of the shops didn't appeal to him at all. They were full of tourist crap, as he called it. Most tourist destinations sold the same generic things. They were all chock full of moose antler shirts and ball caps, the little water shakers with a mountain scene in them, and various watches, jewelry, specialty stuff, and art. He didn't mind the art galleries, but he wasn't here for that. Snake River Guides. The sign caught his attention. He walked into the store, keeping on his sunglasses. The girl at the counter didn't look up right away. It gave him a chance to really look at her. She wore black boots with a knee-length skirt, with a silk top, and a large blonde bun on top of her head. With her black-rimmed glasses, she looked bookish and smart. She didn't look like someone who would run a river rafting shop. No, he had been expecting an earthier kind of woman. Just a second, she said, without stopping her manic typing on the computer. She was pretty, and older than he had first thought. Probably his age, actually. Intrigued, he approached the counter and took a brochure, peeling it open and checking out the rates for a family. Finally, she stopped typing. Right now, we have a special. 1 ride down the river for $60 flat, which is a smoking deal. Cam stared down into the deepest aqua-green eyes he'd ever seen. They were unbelievably vibrant. He took off his sunglasses to inspect them further. She pursed her perfectly red lips together, not seeming to recognize him at all. Or if she did, she obviously didn't care he was a famous football player. Light wisps of hair had sprung free of her bun. She stood, and he noticed how thin she was. She reached out a finger, put it right above the family rate on the brochure, and peered over her black-rimmed glasses. "We also have a special today. If you book a family package, you'll get 10% off. You just have to go sometime this month." She lifted an eyebrow expectantly. Clearing his throat, he gave her a half nod. "Well, I am thinking sometime around the 4th of July. Scrunching up her face, she nodded and sat back down, focusing on her computer. "Great. The 4th of July still has 2 family spots open. What name should I put down?" He didn't want to say his name. He just didn't. When she glanced up at him, he noticed how long her eyelashes were. "Name?" She prodded. All he could think about was how bookish and completely professional she looked. It distracted him. What if I want to try it before I book it for my family?" Frowning for a second, she typed on the computer. "Okay, but we only have the special today. If you book a family of 4 or more, you get a 10% discount." "What kind of a discount do I get for booking one person today?" Of course, he didn't need a discount. He just wanted to talk to her. The side of her lip flicked down. "When do you want to go?" "Tomorrow." She sighed. "I can give you a 5% discount for tomorrow, but there's only one open spot in the morning." A half-smile curved her lips. His heart rate shot up, and his mouth felt extremely dry. "Okay, tomorrow. What time?" A few keystrokes later, she glanced back up at him. "How about 6:30? "In the morning?" The only time Cam was up at 6:30 in the morning was during 2-a-day practices, so his next words were completely unexpected. "Will you be there?" She glanced up, a forced smile on her face. No." Lifting her left hand, she flaunted a huge diamond. "Just so you know, I'm engaged." Embarrassment filled him. How had he gotten himself into this mess? To mask his embarrassment, he turned on his Cameron Cruz persona, the arrogant, cocky professional football player who'd been hiding the past few months. "Oh, you thought—" He wagged his finger between them and let out a fake laugh. "Right. Look, I was taking pity on you for your commissions." He gave her an innocent look. Her cheeks went bright red. "Oh." Her eyes narrowed to a glare. "Right. Pity. Thanks. I mean," she tapped more on the keyboard, "because if you were hitting on me, you'd shave that mountain beard first, right?" Her eyes flicked up and took on a hard glint. "Because I'm sure your mother taught you to clean up before you ask for a date." The nerve. The unbelievable nerve of her. Adrenaline shot through him. He felt like the Storm was down by a touchdown and offense had just gotten the ball back. It was time to act. He was about to retort, but she cut him off. "So 6:30 tomorrow morning?" She scrunched up her nose and gave him a pointed look. "Unless you're scared of the Snake River. It can be scary if you've never done it before." A mock look of concern filled her face. Taken off guard, he glared back at her. 6:30 sounds great." Crap. Now he'd have to go. "Great." After a few more taps on the keyboard, she put her hand out. "How would you like to pay?" Chapter 3. Katherine Foster didn't usually get up at 5:30 in the morning to take tours down the river. The job agreement had been that she would work from 8 to 2 every day in the office. This would give her plenty of time to work on her dissertation. Of course, she didn't mind doing a tour now and then. Rafting was one of her passions. She'd been a guide on the Snake River since she was 16. Growing up, her grandfather had taught her everything about this river, including how to navigate through the steady parts, as well as the rapid parts. In fact, he'd owned the company she was working for. Then he'd died, and her mother had decided to sell it without even consulting her. When she'd confronted her mother about it, she'd simply shrugged and said she'd never had any use for the asinine little guide company anyway. Wasn't it easy to sit in her large beach mansion in San Diego with her new husband and forget all the memories of Jackson? The conversation with her mother had decided her summer plans. Seeing the cold chill her father had regularly complained about, seeing the complete lack of care for the company her grandfather had left her, had made Kat decide she would move to Jackson for the summer and work at the asinine little company, because Kat did want to remember. Luckily, one of her professors had told her one of his consulting clients needed a college student to take care of his home for the summer. She'd immediately offered to do it. Coming to Jackson turned out to be a great decision. When Kat had called and asked the current owners about working for them, they'd been thrilled, telling her that her primary work would be in the office. With a little negotiating, she worked out a deal where she could also use their equipment anytime she wanted. They had even paid for her certification. The only catch was, she had to help out with the tours if one of the guides couldn't do it. Between this job and the caretaking job, she had a place to live, some pocket money, the chance to stay connected to her grandfather, and time to focus on her dissertation. The only downside was being so far away from Stephen. After their semi-breakup a few months ago, things were better than ever. Really, she had nothing to complain about. Then her phone rang at 5:30 in the morning. Reluctantly, she'd pulled herself out of bed to take the tour. She rushed to the store, loaded up the canoe in her van, and crossed her fingers the guy wouldn't show up. She had this dream she could take the canoe down the river by herself this morning, and the rude, cocky, completely self-centered bearded guy from the day before definitely wasn't part of the fantasy. True, it wasn't wise to go without a partner, but she yearned for the river, for time by herself, breathing and taking everything in. She wanted to steer her thoughts from her dissertation. After arriving at the point in the river where the tours always directed their patrons to meet, she pulled out the canoe and waited. It was barely 6:25. Over the past week, her mother had left 3 messages and was getting more persistent every time in demanding Kat call her back. The time difference meant Kat was 2 hours ahead. Grinning, she hoped her call would go straight to voicemail. "Why didn't you tell me you'd been in the psych ward last year when you were in London?" Her adrenaline spiked. What? How had her mother even found out? "Some of your forwarded medical bills showed up at my house." Panic surged inside of her. She did not need this. "Kat?" "I handled it." "Katherine," her mother said firmly. She could envision her mother getting her bearings, probably in her bed with legal papers all around her. She'd always fallen asleep buried in her work. That was the only thing she cared about. "You weren't meant to know." "Honey, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have—" "Let's not do this. Please don't pretend something you've never felt." The best thing about her time in the psych ward, as her mother had so tactfully called it, was she'd gained tools for dealing with her mother. "I just want to make sure you're okay." "I'm fine." And she was. Better than fine, even. Her mother paused, then asked, "Is this where you met Stephen?" Humiliation washed over her. I'm not getting into this. Ah, her mother sounded flabbergasted. But I want to talk about it. I haven't heard from you lately. I need to do my appointed check-in with the nanny. Oh, wait, there's no more nanny to check in with. Yes, she was being rude, but she was over her mother's disinterest in her life. She'd been hurt one too many times and wasn't going to try to change things because her mother was having some midlife crisis. At least, that's what it sounded like on the messages she'd left. Katherine, her mom said in a patronizing tone. How come you don't give your father this much grief? This comment gave her pause. Her mother was right. She'd never expected anything from her father. After the divorce, he'd packed up and moved to the East Coast, taking half of the money and buying a small beach cottage in Maine. He sent the occasional check-in email, detailing his new novel, but he never asked her to come or call. Part of her had accepted his lack of attention a long time ago. If we didn't talk, I wouldn't give you grief either, she said quietly, half wanting her mother to quit calling, and the other half, still a child, still wanting to believe her mother cared for her. After a beat, her mother said, I was just thinking, maybe you should come to California for a few weeks. Katherine laughed out loud. Really? When I was in boarding school, you used to tell me it might be better if I spent my summer break studying harder. Katherine! Her tone was sharp. The center of Kat's chest tightened. Stephen had helped her see the relationship with her parents for what it was. Over. Yet all the old guilt had surfaced. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. But the ache inside her chest was growing. Her feelings, when dealing with her mother, were never simple and neat and tidy like data for her dissertation. I want to be closer to you. The admission took her by surprise. Kat found all the walls she'd built against her mother starting to crumble. She asked about the things she'd been most hurt over. Why did you sell grandfather's business and ranch? Why? What? Her mother sounded surprised. After he died, why didn't you even ask if I wanted it? Katherine, now you're just being silly. It was over a long time ago. Did you even know I'm currently in Jackson, Mom? I'm here writing my dissertation, and I'm working for grandfather's old company. Her mother let out an exasperated breath. If you needed money, you could have asked. I'm here for me. I'm here because I love it here. Don't say that. Podunk, Wyoming is no place for you. Stop, okay? I don't understand this fascination you've always had with Jackson Hole. Grandfather was good to me. I know. Her voice was stilted. Even though I didn't see eye to eye with my father, I won't deny he was very good to you. Then what is your problem? Nothing, she answered quickly. Then she got quiet. Kat's heart was pounding inside her chest. This had completely taken her off guard. Her mother had never taken a real interest in her life. Kat didn't know what to say. Knowing she would regret it, but unable to stop herself, she opened up. I'm writing my dissertation on helping kids get out of poverty through nature. Her mother paused, then cleared her throat. Oh. Kat sighed, pushing down all the emotion from this conversation. Grandfather's ranch would have been amazing. I wish you still had it. It was sold right after he passed. I know, I just wish... A tear fell down Kat's cheek and she brushed it away. Kat, sweetie, your problem is you've always lived in a fairy tale. That's probably what drove you to the psych ward. Let me tell you as your mother. Fairy tales aren't real. You have to accept it. Me and your father aren't getting back together. Your grandfather is dead. Just accept it. I have to go. Listening to another word of this wouldn't be good for either of them. Kat, please don't interrupt me. Kat saw a truck pull up. I gotta go. She pressed end and felt like she wanted to throw up. She watched the mountain man beard guy from yesterday get out of the truck, and she sucked in a breath, wishing she hadn't returned her mother's call. Forcing herself to let go of her anger at her mother, she focused on the duties at hand. He moved toward her. She thought of yesterday at the store, and the way he'd said he was taking pity on her, as if he were some rich billionaire giving a 20 to a homeless person. The thing that annoyed her most was she'd actually given him a second thought last night. And a third. And a fourth. His face seemed familiar to her, but she couldn't place it. It was probably because of the stupid beard. Chapter 4. Cam had seriously considered turning off his phone alarm and going back to sleep. As he lugged himself out of bed, he told himself he could always come back and take a nap later. He put on his swim shorts and grabbed his Tevas, but halted outside of the bathroom. He went back and inspected his face. It was shaggy. Forget her. He took his ball cap and shoved it onto his head. Maybe he liked Shaggy. 15 minutes later, he showed up at the designated spot and instantly regretted not trimming the beard. There she was, the woman from yesterday. He parked and tried not to notice the blonde bun from yesterday was gone, and her hair was loose and free over her tan shoulders. She wore a simple black one-piece swimsuit that crossed in the back and some red shorts. He couldn't say it didn't give him an extra stir within his breast when she shoved a Denver storm hat on her head and pulled her blonde hair out of the back of it. She looked completely different from yesterday. She was at least 5'10", maybe even 5'11", with legs that seemed to go on forever. For some reason, he hadn't realized how tall she was yesterday. Ignoring the rapid beating of his heart, he tried to casually walk toward the spot where she stood with the canoe. She frowned. I was wondering if you'd actually show up today. Hating the way the air electrified between them, he tried to be nonchalant. What do you take me for? I wouldn't throw away good money. Right. Tugging on a pair of sunglasses, she blatantly looked him up and down. I'd take you for a rich guy. On vacation. Probably divorced. Grabbing his chest, he was unexpectedly offended. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a ranch guy that knows what hard work is and knows not to waste money. She squinted. Really? Born and bred. He gave a stiff nod. A cowboy, then? Kind of. He didn't want to tell her what he did for a living. Why would you think I'm divorced? A wife wouldn't let you keep a beard like that. He jolted, then roared with laughter. He liked this girl more and more. It didn't hurt she was easy to look at either. Well, I'm not divorced, and I've actually never been married. Guess that doesn't surprise me either. Unwillingly, he laughed at her snarkiness. You just tell it like you see it. She flung a life jacket at him and nodded to the canoe. The main thing to remember is, don't take the life jacket off. Ever. She turned and began pushing the canoe into the water. There's a van waiting at the end of our route. I'll bring you back in 3 hours. Put the life jacket on, mountain man, and don't take it off until we're done. Scrambling to get the life jacket on, Cam jogged into the water, grabbed the side of the canoe, and eased himself in. I think I like cowboy better. I don't care. The woman easily maneuvered them into the river and then hopped in, immediately taking the oar to guide them out. Unable to look away from her, Cam tried to disguise his gaze by focusing on buckling the jacket and then picking up the oar. It had been a long time since he'd been on a river rafting trip, but he was a quick learner. He began following her cues and helped navigate them further into the center of the river. She glanced at him, Obviously, you don't need much tutelage. Lifting an eyebrow, he didn't try to look away from her. He could tell she had just gotten out of bed, too. It was obvious with the way she put her hair back in the ball cap and wore no makeup. Still, she was beautiful. I think you look better today than you did in the shop yesterday. At his words, she pinched her lips. Well, good thing that doesn't matter. Right, he conceded, feeling more like himself than he had in months. I want you to know, fiancé or not, if I would have known you were doing the tour, I might have shaved. For a second, she looked stunned. Then her lip cocked up. Is this more of your pity interest in me? He cleared his throat, feeling caught. After a moment, he decided to do the right thing. I never should have said that yesterday. I'm sorry. Hesitating, she looked away, then nodded to the side of the canoe. I suppose you know the rules of canoeing? Grateful she appeared to be letting his rude comment go, he faced her. Tell me, boss. After a 15-minute rundown of the do's and don'ts, Cam was feeling more confident in his skills. They fell into an easy rhythm with each other. He glanced at her. You've been doing this a while? She shrugged and didn't say anything. After a beat, he said, We're on like a 3-hour tour, so we may as well get to know each other. Unless you don't think your engagement can handle it. A sarcastic grunt spluttered out. We'll do niceties because I'm your tour guide. That's all. Fine. Fine. So let's start with my tour guide's name, he said kind of obnoxiously. Focusing her gaze on the water, she cocked her head to the side. Katherine Foster, but people call me Kat. He refrained from making a comment about a kitty cat or a hellcat or something. Nice to meet you. I'm Cam. I know. I ran your credit card yesterday, remember? She said in a bored tone. Cameron Cruz. His heart thudded inside his chest. Did she not know who he was? Or was she playing some game? Letting it go, he looked around. It wasn't early enough for a sunrise, but it was early enough the air still had a slight chill. The side of the river seemed to come to life as the sun rose higher, all the wild flowers and the trees. It was peaceful as they glided along. Granted, he was on alert sitting across from her, but it was still calm. The river had a rhythm to it. Having grown up on a ranch, Cam liked the rhythm of nature. Glancing to the side, he thought he saw an elk. Do you see much wildlife when you're going down? Without looking at him, she shrugged. Sometimes. He could tell she didn't want to talk, so he tried to focus on nature. He lifted his oars out of the water and closed his eyes. Have we met before? You look familiar. Flashing open his eyes, he saw the suspicious look on her face. She appeared right on the verge of figuring him out, but he wasn't going to help her. Nope. He changed the topic. So you're engaged. Nodding, she pointed to his oar. Could you drag more on that side? We need to straighten out before we take this next turn. Doing as she requested, he pressed her. How long have you been engaged? Focusing on the drag of the canoe, she sighed. We're not talking about this. Why? How long has it been? When is the date? She gave him a bored look. I think we should do the relationship talk since we're friends now. Which was odd for him, because he hadn't done pleasantries for a long time. She exhaled loudly, her lips curving up. Friends? I mean, you can talk to your clients like friends, right? Chapter 5. This guy was extreme, thought Kat. She didn't understand why the way he looked at her made her feel a bit out of sorts. Maybe it was a lingering feeling from the sucker punch she'd just been given from her mother. Maybe because she wasn't the type to make fast friends. Of course I can. As friends, she scoffed. Because you need a friend? Cam grinned. Actually, I don't have any friends in Jackson. Not one? Right. A guy like him? Was she really supposed to believe he had no one to take out and dazzle with that smile? Nope, he pointed to her. Unless I can count you. Feeling caught, she shrugged. Fine. Great, okay, then tell me about the fiancé. Stephen. Tell me about Stephen. She felt her face go completely red. She hated lying. What's wrong? Nothing. Pushing his eyebrows together, he put the oar onto his lap. Then when's the date? We haven't decided yet. How had she gotten into this with this complete stranger? It's complicated, she said defensively, trying not to think about the fact she and Stephen had only recently gotten back together, and she still wasn't sure how she felt about it. It had seemed like the logical thing to do, so she'd done it. He grunted. It always is. She didn't want to admit to this, but it was clear Cam wasn't going to let it go, and she didn't want to lie all day. She decided to just tell the truth. She sighed. Okay, fine. He's not really my fiancé. At this admission, Cam pulled off his sunglasses and narrowed his eyes at her. What? She shook her head, hedging. Spill it. I just don't have time for all this. She held up her hand and waved it at him. All what? She was embarrassed, and even more so because there was something between them that felt personal. Too personal. You can't tell me you lied about having a fiancé and then not explain why. Is he even your boyfriend? Is there even a Stephen? Yes, she snapped. There's a boyfriend and his name is Stephen. Why would I lie about that? He scoffed. I don't know. Why would you lie about a fake fiancé? She sighed. Of course he wouldn't understand. Men didn't understand stuff like the need to keep other men away and turning her signals off. What are you all puzzle-faced about? Puzzle-faced? Yeah, I can almost hear the cranks turning in that pretty head of yours. It was something her grandfather had always told her. He would say he could see her thinking by the way she tilted her head. She straightened and tried not to look flustered. Look, I don't have time for men, so I just pretend I'm engaged. A sharp laugh came out of him. But you do have time for Stephen. She shrugged. I guess I do. He gave her a skeptical look. And if you don't wear a ring on your finger, you get hit on all the time? Embarrassed, she shot back defiantly. You hit on me? Not really, he sputtered. You're denying it? I was just asking if you were doing the tour. No, you were flirting. Was not. He shook his head emphatically. Was too. She stuck her chin in the air. Another round of laughter came out of him. He pointed at her. You're sassy too. Her shoulders lifted in a shrug. My grandfather used to tell me my best quality was my wit. That's yet to be seen. Letting out a soft sigh, he leaned back. So there is a Stephen. Yes, she said, lifting her chin into the air. I don't know why it's complicated, but it is, okay? He looked away. I know. Oh, yeah? Was it complicated for you? For a moment, he didn't talk. He looked out across the river and dragged his oar to help keep them on course. Kat wondered if he would simply move on in the conversation, something she did when she didn't want to discuss something. Wanting a little payback for the way he had pressed her, she asked, Or are you married? Her question elicited another laugh, though this one was quiet. He sighed. Her name was Karen. She actually decided not to show up on the date. This took her off guard. You were left at the altar? Turning back to her, he nodded. Yep. Granted, we were young, right out of high school. I thought we were madly in love, but later she told me she thought she'd be giving up too much to marry me. Having this man lay out his old pain so openly softened her heart. I'm sorry, Cam. A small grin quickly replaced the pain. It's fine, he shrugged. I got over it. Hey, I'm 27. I better be over it. Really? I just turned 24 last week. Ah, sorry I missed your birthday. She looked skeptical. With that beard, I would think you were in your early 30s. It was out before she could stop it. For a second, he looked offended. Then he laughed. Okay, if your goal was to give me a reason to trim it up, you just did. She laughed too. I'm sorry, I guess I don't have a very good filter. Sheepishly, he grinned. You would think the filter problem would be enough to keep the men away. This comment made her laugh again. You'd think. They rode for a bit. Kat tried to look at Cam without directly looking at him. He was different than she'd first thought, so she gave in to her curiosity and asked personal questions. So you grew up on a ranch and wanted to marry your high school sweetheart? Yep. Where? Cheyenne, Wyoming. Is that where you live most of the time? Nope, but my sister and I own the family ranch together. She and her husband and 2 kids run it. It bothered her she wanted to know more about him. After all, she would never see him again. This was just polite small talk, she told herself. Are you close with your sister? He grunted. She's my twin, and she can sense my thoughts most of the time. Kat grinned. It's annoying. Clearly. She cocked her head to the side. Is it a twin thing? He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Well, she did put a spell on me in grade school. A spell? He laughed. She was big into magic. She told me she was putting a spell on me to read my thoughts. And dang if she doesn't seem to be doing it most of the time. That's funny. He looked her up and down for a second before looking away. Yeah, she even got me into spells for a while. We'd put spells on anybody we thought needed one. Our friends, our enemies, objects. We thought we were so cool. What do you mean, things? Rocks, rabbit feet, anything to give us luck. She couldn't help but think about Cam as a boy with a twin going around with some type of wand and casting a spell on toads and ants. She laughed at the image. What? He smiled at her. I'm just imagining you with a wand. She laughed more. I didn't have a wand, but it's a good idea. I should have had one. Getting a hold of herself, she sucked in a breath. She didn't know when she'd gotten completely comfortable with him, but she was. So what are you doing here? Hesitating for a second, he put his hand on the bill of his hat and pulled it down. What? It seemed like he didn't want to tell her. Nothing. His head shot back up. Confusion circled her. Why are you in Jackson? Letting out a sigh, he shrugged. I want to tell you, but it's complicated. Right. Hating herself for wondering, but unable to stop herself, she asked, Is it a woman? No. You're not hiding behind a fake fiancé? She flashed him a grin. He laughed. I guess, technically, I was dating someone for a few months, and we recently broke up, but that's not why I'm here. The desire to know about him expanded within her. Then why are you here? He held her gaze for a second before looking away. My dad passed away 6 months ago, and it's been hard. She heard his voice crack. At this moment, she wanted to drop her oar and pull him into her. All the feelings of grief from when her grandfather passed away assaulted her. I'm sorry. Pulling in a long breath, he shook his head. Yeah, well, stuff happens, right? Are you okay? Why was she suddenly so invested in him? Yeah, I'm doing better. How are you coping? He laughed. According to my sister, I'm not. What are you doing to cope? It sounds stupid, and I'm not much good at it. What? Nothing. Again, she had this overwhelming feeling she wanted to know. What? Songwriting. You write songs? The side of his lip turned up. Sad country songs as of late. This made them both laugh, though the laughter soon faded. The river glided beneath them. The sun beat down on them. They both stared at each other, and Kat felt connected to him. She shook her head to clear it. What? Nothing. Looking around, he let out a low whistle. This is nice. Warring with her emotions, she took in the view. It's always been a refuge for me. I'd come up here with my grandfather in the summer. Back then, he owned the company. Snake River Guides? Cam asked. She nodded. Yep. Okay. Cam held the oar in his lap. Your turn. Full story. No, she said quickly. She already felt bad enough about how personal this had all gotten with him. He laughed, took the oar, and held it poised to splash her. You've already told me about the fake fiancé. He pushed. Without meaning to, she laughed again. No. He splashed her a little. I've told you about my heartbreaking twice. You want me some details about you? Knowing she would regret it, but feeling like she did have to share, she sighed. Fine. I grew up in L.A. My father is a writer. My mother is an attorney. She went silent for a second, thinking about their recent interaction. You're close? A light, sardonic laugh escaped her lips. No. Oh. He waited. She couldn't explain why she was telling him all this, but the words spilled out. My parents divorced when I was 17 years old, and I can't say I was surprised or saddened by it. The fighting between them was either unbearably loud or completely silent. Time with my grandfather was safe. She paused. It put her on edge to notice how Cam looked absorbed in what she was saying. I got a scholarship to the University of Colorado in Boulder. I wanted to be closer to my grandfather. I finished my bachelor's degree in social work. Then I did a 1-year master's program at Cambridge in London. Now I'm back in Boulder doing a 2-year PhD in urban studies. She shrugged, all bugged and nervous. Working on my dissertation feels endless at this point. I have 1 more year of that and teaching. Not saying anything for a few seconds, Cam pulled his glasses off and wiped them on the t-shirt beneath his life jacket. So that's why you wear a storm hat? Because you're kind of a Colorado girl? Oh. Honestly, she'd forgotten what hat she was wearing. My roommate left it when she moved out at the end of semester. When I went to return it to her, she said to keep it. I left it in the car and hadn't taken it out, so it turned into my canoeing hat. Do you like football or something? A small smile played at his lips. He shrugged. Yeah, I like football. I follow the Storm pretty closely. She nodded. I guess I don't really follow anything. You mean you're not a sports fan? No, I mean I don't even have a television. I don't believe in watching it. Oh, it's a moral issue. No, I just don't like to crowd my brain with it. He scoffed. What about news? If I want news, I look on selected websites, but I think televisions are a huge waste of time. Letting out a light laugh, he sighed. Man, you sound like a librarian. She couldn't help but smile back. I do believe in books. Why does that not surprise me? Unwillingly, she laughed, liking they could talk like this. It felt good in a completely strange way for her. Connecting with people in a matter of minutes had never been her strong suit. And how long have you been fake engaged? Her heart picked up a notch. She sighed. Stephen and I have had a different kind of relationship. We've only recently gotten back together. He nodded. Still unsure at why he cared, she stuck her oar into the water and added drag to get the canoe ready for the next set of gentle rapids ahead. Boy, you're nosy. Helping her straighten the canoe, he rowed on her side and then stuck his oar into the other side to help balance them. Full disclosure, she let out a light laugh. Oh, that's what this is? He grinned. Yeah, so tell me details. We met in London. Then we hit it off, and the rest is history. Good. Short version. Leaving out the hospital. Cool. Where is he now? She didn't know why she felt nervous. He actually just moved back to the States for a bit. He's trying to get a full-time position somewhere. He was offered a summer position teaching a class at CU, but he'll be coming to Jackson at the end of next week to chill and hang out with me for the rest of the summer. Pausing for a second, he shook his head. Nice. He's going to rent a room with the guy from the guide shop. Oh. His eyebrows shot up. Why had she felt the need to explain this? Probably because it had been the biggest argument between she and Stephen at the moment. Stephen thought she was being ridiculous about not letting him stay with her. Cam cocked an eyebrow, then didn't seem to miss a beat. Tell me more details. What? She laughed apprehensively. Right, like you want girl details? Hey, I have a sister that goes on and on about romance stuff. His face went serious as he looked at the water. Should we worry? He nodded ahead. Glancing over at the rapids, she grinned, knowing a novice would be worried about this. What about your sister? Does this have something to do with the spell thing? He grinned. Okay, you know my twin Alicia is 2 minutes older than me, but I didn't tell you my mother died in childbirth. That's why my sister is always telling me the girl details. Her breath caught. It's fine, he said, but his voice was stilted. Not speaking for a few seconds, Kat turned to watch the side of the river. There were more tourists up now. Some larger rafts were coming out onto the river. They passed a commercial company. She waved, unable to tell if she knew who the tour guide was, before turning back to him. Go on. A slight grin filled his face. Well, when my sister called me to tell me she was engaged, it was hours of going on and on about John and how wonderful he was and how they would build a life together. You sound so precise about things. This unnerved her. That's a bad thing? Not necessarily bad, he conceded. Whatever. Tell me about Stephen. How did he win you over? She knew she was blushing again. Clearing his voice, he focused back on her. So you met him in London. Wait. Oh my gosh. What? He was your professor, right? This bugged her. He wasn't my professor. He splashed her and laughed. You had a nerd crush. She huffed. You would say that. What? Nerd crush. He shrugged. Fine, a professor crush. Hey, I've had one. Really? This took her by surprise. I have a degree and I had some professor crushes. You have a degree? I know, I'm far too suave, built, pig-headed, she filled in. He laughed. Total athlete type. He acted genuinely shocked. I told you, ranch boy. Right, but come on, look at you. She realized she was revealing the fact she'd been looking at him, but she couldn't stop herself. You must be totally into your body. He grinned and flexed like a big dope athlete would. You mean, look at these guns you haven't been able to keep your eyes off of? Yeah, I noticed. Case in point. Pig, athlete. He laughed and splashed her. Whatever, you don't have to feel bad about checking me out. I was not checking you out. We're two. Not. For the second time that day, she'd been reduced to a 4-year-old. He splashed her again. If you didn't have a boyfriend, I might tell you that you don't look too bad either. You've already told me you think I look good today, she retorted, liking he was blushing. She took her whole oar and shoved water all over him, completely drenching him. He belly laughed again and his whole body shook. It made him look completely bizarre and his laughter was contagious. See, you're even more mountain man today. You like it. He used his oar to splash her. Cringing, she spluttered and laughed. It turned into another one of those slow and sticky moments when both of them were laughing, then not laughing, and then staring at each other. She shivered and tried to refocus. Before it was too late, she pointed next to his head. Major Rapids. Turning, he asked, What? Brace yourself. Chapter 6. Admitting he was terrified was not in Cameron Cruz's nature, nor was admitting defeat. He grabbed his oar and furiously began paddling, but to no avail. They started falling and flying like a roller coaster. Down, up, way down. His stomach flipped nearly 10 times before they went into a free fall and finally hit the bottom, crashing and flipping onto the side. He lurched out of the canoe and saw Kat do the same. The tide of the river caught him, sucked him down. He pushed off the bottom and found himself bobbing above the water. It all happened in seconds. Searching for Kat, he remembered her instructions about getting caught in a tide and waiting on the side of the river if that happened. Beginning to swim to the side, he caught a glimpse of her red life jacket, barely under the surface of the water. Without thinking, he reached for the clip on his life jacket and yanked it off, tossing it aside. He plunged down toward her life jacket. He saw her thrashing in the water, trying to get free, and then he saw one of her feet was stuck between two rocks. Swimming deep, he pushed against a rock. By the grace of God, it moved. Kat rose to the top, and he followed. When he surfaced, she was gasping for breath. Again, he didn't think. He simply acted by grabbing the side of her life jacket and swimming for the side of the river. The canoe was a ways down the river on its side against some rocks. When they got to the edge of the water, he pulled her out. She was panting as she unbuckled her life jacket and threw it down. Then she lay down on the ground, still breathing loudly. Deciding he didn't care about anything, except the fact she was okay, he flopped down beside her. "You took your life jacket off," she panted. He laughed. "Yeah, I did." "Thanks," she whispered between breaths. "You're welcome," he said, not looking at her, not thinking about how terrified he'd been that he might not be able to move the rock, that he wouldn't be able to save her. Not thinking for the third time that day, he took her hand, grateful to feel the human contact next to him. He didn't know how long they stayed with their hands together, with the light of the morning sun warming them. Finally, she sat up, taking her hand out of his and sucking in a long breath. "Oh my gosh." He sat up too. "Are you okay?" Wiping her hand over her face, he noticed her sunglasses were gone. She pulled off her ball cap. Truly, she was far more beautiful than he'd ever imagined. No glasses, no lipstick, nothing to change her features. She was even more beautiful when her lips cracked into a smile. "You saved my life." He liked how she said it, liked the sincerity, liked he'd done something meaningful. Still, he shrugged it off. "Nah." She put her hand over his. "Thank you." Their eyes held, and Cam couldn't stop his heart from pounding. Electricity jolted through him, making him want to run a pass into the end zone. So he didn't think. He simply closed the distance between them and pressed his lips to hers. Instantly, her arms went around his neck, and she pushed into him. He pulled her closer. Their lips worked magic, moving so perfectly in sync. It made him wonder if they'd been made for each other. After his dad had passed, he'd broken it off with Tina. The relationship had felt stale and purposeless. Plus, his dad hadn't liked her. Now, with Kat, it was like his entire life suddenly felt real again. It was like he'd just been reborn after being on the river with her today. Suddenly, she backed away like she'd been scorched by the sun. Shaking her head, she stood and covered her mouth. "I can't believe I just did that." Standing, he coughed, trying to get his bearings. Every part of him was alive, alert, and wanting to kiss her again. Not the reaction I would have hoped for after a first kiss. Blinking rapidly, she wrapped her arms around herself. "I don't know what I'm doing." Feeling bad he had kind of taken advantage of the whole save your life thing, he tried to block out the words he knew his sister would have said to him. "What are you doing? She has a boyfriend." He trotted off down the river, picking his way across the rocks. He managed to get the canoe and drag it out of the rocks. Within a minute, she was there, helping take the canoe. "Okay," she said as they moved it into the water. She'd gotten her life jacket and had it back on. "Are you okay?" she asked him. "Yeah." But he wasn't even halfway okay. That kiss had been something epic. "The kiss didn't mean anything," she said quietly. They only had one oar, and Kat was using it. He didn't reply. At this moment, it would be possible for him to run 15 miles, do a week's worth of weight training, and still have enough energy to run drills. Unable to stop himself, he laughed. You can lie to yourself about whatever you want, but you and I both know that that kiss meant something. She wasn't looking at him. Crazy, that's how this was. His dad had always told him true love would hit him when he was least expecting it and at the worst time. Cam figured this must be it, but it couldn't be. Could it? Kat motioned ahead. There's the company van. When they were almost parallel to the van, he hopped out of the canoe with her. He insisted on picking it up and hauling it to the van. You don't have to do that, it's my job. I want to. Silently, she opened the back and he pushed it in. She put the oar on top, then turned to him. Thank you again. They stood right next to each other, face to face. She was about 3 to 4 inches shorter than his 6'2", but he liked the way they lined up. His last girlfriend had been almost a full foot shorter. Gently, he reached out and used the back of his hand to touch her skin, soft like silk. She closed her eyes, and he felt her shake. Kat? She flicked them back open and pulled in a breath. I shouldn't even be talking to you. Why? He demanded, his hand still on her neck. This happened, and now it's going to be one of my songs. Spluttering for a second, she took a step back from him. What song? You know, it's one of those songs. It's right there, but it won't come out coherently yet. That doesn't make any sense. She shook her head. Sometimes the only thing that makes sense is the thing that doesn't make sense. He closed the gap between them and gently pressed his lips to hers again. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and he felt her match his passion. Man, this woman felt amazing in his arms. She was every note and chord and lyric he'd been missing in his life. Pulling back, she searched his eyes and then moved out of his arms. I have to go. She shook out her hands and rushed to the front of the van. Another round of laughter escaped him. Honestly, he couldn't remember getting in her van and riding back to his car. The only thing he could think of was her. Them. Kissing. The way her hand felt in his when they had lain on the side of the river. When she got to his truck, she didn't turn the van off. Didn't even look at him. Thanks for going with Snake River Guides, she said in a marketing voice. Knowing she was waiting for him to get out, he did, but he stayed next to his door, holding it open. Kat, he said. She shook her head. I can't, Cam. She turned to face him, her eyes wide. I'm sorry about today. Sinking was the only way to describe the feeling inside his chest. But what did he expect? Don't worry about it. He shrugged, feeling tongue-tied and embarrassed like a teenager getting rejected by the homecoming queen for a date. It's no big deal. My sister told me I treat women like toys anyway. I put them back on the shelf when I'm tired of them. She frowned, looking confused. Okay. Why had he just said that? He'd messed this up. It was strange, but he felt completely unsure of himself. This was the first time he'd felt this way around a woman in a long time. Look, he sighed and opened the van door, slipping out. What I meant to say is, I'm not sorry about today. Her smile was sad, almost wistful. Goodbye, Cam. I hate goodbyes. He held the door open. I've said way too many of them lately. No, this is not goodbye. He shut the door and watched her pull away. Chapter 7. The rest of her day was shot. Kat went back to the shop, reported the mishap and the fact she'd lost an oar and a life jacket, and told them she wouldn't be coming in for her shift that afternoon. Come out with us tonight, begged Jet, the other guy manning the shop. No. She didn't even look at him as she filled out the paperwork. Come on, we're going to the board to dance. No. She left the shop, completely distracted by that awful man. Yes, he was awful. So, okay, he'd saved her life. There was that teeny tiny detail. So what if Stephen wasn't her fiancé? They still were committed to each other. Restlessness filled her. Cam was just a type. The wandering, gorgeous songwriter type. Dang it, no. He wasn't gorgeous. Her mind flipped to a vision of him all wet, watching the van drive away. That beard was awful, she reminded herself. She could not do this. Going back to the mansion she was taking care of, she went straight to her little 2-bedroom cottage in the back and got into a hot shower. It wasn't unheard of for her to stand in the shower for a long time. Her roommate used to complain if she didn't get in before Kat, there'd be no hot water left. She liked knowing the hot water wouldn't run out in this place. Putting her hands to her lips, she closed her eyes and thought of him, of the way his beard had felt against her skin. It had been wet, but she'd still liked it. She had liked the soft way his lips had been on hers, the strong way he'd held her. She blushed as she thought of the way his bicep had felt. Big, strong, like nothing could touch her in his arms. She reached for the water and turned it to cold. No. She let it freeze her for a few seconds before turning it back to warm and quickly lathering up. There wasn't time to think about this. What had she been doing, kissing him twice? Letting him kiss her. Kissing him back. Self-loathing erupted through her. No. She had Stephen. He knew everything about her. And he still loved her. They were going to make a plan. Well, she wanted to plan a future together. She didn't know what, as of now, that looked like. As they'd talked for hours on Skype the past few months, he'd talked to her about where they could travel together and the ring he wanted to buy her. The real ring, not the one she'd bought on clearance at Walmart. Getting out of the shower, she quickly dried off, pushing Cam out of her mind. The kisses didn't matter. They meant nothing. She would never see him again. Ever. It was one day on the river, a day she wouldn't dwell on, a day that was totally unreal. Let's face it, a guy, built like Cam, goes out with her and ends up taunting her and teasing her and saving her life? What romance movie was she in anyway? None. She didn't even like romance movies. The only thing in her life that had ever been movie-like was the drama her mother always managed to carry with her, like rich people carried poodles in their purses. Yappy, and always looking for someplace they could crap. That was her mother, always looking for something to say that would bring her down. Finally, with Stephen's help and counsel, she'd been able to see her mother for what she was: manipulative, controlling, cold, unfeeling. Truly, she should have written her dissertation on narcissistic parents. At least she would have lots of case material to draw from. Quickly drying off, she threw on shorts and a t-shirt. If she was going to keep up with her dissertation schedule, she needed to get some things checked off her list. It was a good thing she wasn't working in the shop today. She needed to hunker down. Rushing back to the bathroom, she blow-dried her hair a bit and threw it back and up into her standard bun, keeping it out of her face. Grabbing her glasses and computer, she rushed out of the cottage and toward the main house. It was barely 1, and she had to get the plants watered before she settled down in the large sunroom. She'd asked the owners for permission to write in it, and to her amazement and delight, they'd agreed. When she finally settled down half an hour later, she couldn't quite stop the rush of butterflies that fluttered in her stomach and rushed through her whole body when she thought of Cam's face, Cam's arms, Cam's lips. Dang it. Giving in to the fact she couldn't concentrate, she decided to do something she never did during the day, especially weekdays. After all, it was Thursday, and he'd be going to class or office hours or something. She called Stephen. After 2 rings, he answered. "Hey." Happiness filled her. "Hey." "What's wrong?" He sounded out of breath. "What? Nothing. Can't I just call you?" "Oh." She thought she heard a flutter of papers and a female voice in the background. "Stephen?" Jealousy pulsed through her. and she thought about the texts she'd seen on his phone at Christmas. He'd been adamantly defending them for the past 5 months. "Sorry, I was just visiting with a student. Can I call you back in a few seconds?" Chapter 8. Cam got back from the canoe trip and went straight for the kitchen. Voracious was the only way to describe his appetite at the moment. He pulled out bacon, eggs, and cheese and whipped himself up an omelet. Then, because he was feeling so happy, he pulled out the flour, salt, sugar, and all the things for homemade pancakes, which he hadn't made since he'd been in college with his sister. As he sat, bloated, in his recliner, and flipped on reruns of The Brady Bunch show, it didn't even bother him that his trainer would be completely ticked off that he'd consumed so many bad carbs. He felt better than he had in months, more himself, more content. As he drifted off into a mid-morning nap, he knew his good mood had everything to do with Katherine Foster. When he woke up around 1:30 in the afternoon, he didn't dread getting up and figuring out what to do. Nope. He jumped up and went for the shower, getting out and not hesitating as he gave himself a much-needed trim. It wouldn't suit to shave the beard simply because she complained about it. No way. It wasn't in Cam's nature to be that accommodating, and in his experience, women really didn't want a guy to be a pushover. But he imagined that Kat would comment on it, and that made him happy. Of course she would. Hopefully he didn't look like a 30-something divorcee any longer. He glanced at his phone and wondered if he'd be able to catch her at the shop. He thought of ways to get her information and decided, before leaving his new house, to go to his safe and get a couple of hundreds out before leaving. He wanted to have bribe money just in case. When he pulled up to Snake River Guides, he noticed that a guy was manning the counter. "Hello and welcome," the man said. "What can I do for you?" Knowing he looked like a grinning fool, Cam went to the counter and tapped it. "Well, the first thing is I need to fill out a comment card about how great you guys are." "Really?" The man appeared surprised, but he pulled out a comment card and passed it to him. "Who was your tour with?" Cam had purposely kept on his baseball cap and sunglasses. Even though he was feeling more like himself, he kind of liked not being known. Cam began filling it out. "Katherine Foster." "Oh, right, she filled in for Frankie today. She said there were some bad rapids?" "Yep." Cam focused on the card, but tried to build rapport with the guy. "She was very professional. She handled it well." "Good to hear. She knows her stuff. Her grandpa used to own the place." "Right." The guy was overeager. "I think it was hard on Kat when her mom sold the place, but she seems to like it here." "Uh-huh." He wrote something about how she was amazing and should be given a raise. Cam glanced up at the guy. "What's your name?" "Jet." Cam nodded. "Jet, do you like working here?" "Oh, yeah." Jet grinned. As Cam handed the paper to him, he asked, "Do you want to book again?" This pulled Cam up short. "If you want to book with Kat, it looks like she's on the schedule for Saturday morning." She hadn't mentioned this either. "Yeah, let me book with her for Saturday." Jet eagerly booked him and took his money. Cam hesitated. "Jet, would you happen to know Kat's address or phone number?" Jet frowned. "We're not allowed to give out personal information." Cam hated himself, but he said what he knew would get him the information. "I just want to thank her." Jet's eyes widened. "You can write a note." He flashed a satisfied grin. "I'll leave it for her." Cam hesitated, feeling the desperation in the pit of his stomach. He needed the information now. Today. This minute. Jet waved a hand in the air in dismissal. "Look, did you know she's engaged? I've been hitting on her for a couple of weeks, and believe me, she doesn't budge." Upon hearing this new information, Cam grinned, liking the fact Kat kept this guy at bay with the fake engagement story. "Really?" A couple entered the guide shop and immediately asked about the best canoe to buy. Jet nodded to him, distracted. "I gotta help these customers. Sorry, buddy, she's off the market." His heart beating fast, Cam waited until Jet was busy with the customers. Then he rummaged around the desk until he saw an old Rolodex. He went to Foster, found Kat's name and address, and committed it to memory. "Hey!" Jet called out. Cam turned back, put up one hand, and flipped the Rolodex behind him so it wasn't on her name. "You need to leave." Jet's jaw clenched. "Just going." Cam walked out the door. Chapter 9. Kat sat in the sunroom, happy that for the last hour she'd been able to go over her research and write a couple of coherent pages. At this point in her dissertation, she'd researched the heck out of her topic. Now she just had to get it all down, which was harder than most people thought. Kat thought about how strange Stephen had sounded earlier, but she quickly dismissed it. He was good about helping his students. That was one of his strong points. He wasn't a cheater. Then she got mad at herself for even thinking he could do something like that. She tugged off her black-rimmed glasses. She only really needed them for up-close work. Putting them aside, she stood, stretching. It wouldn't do to keep thinking about the interaction earlier. Gathering up her computer and slipping on her flip-flops, she moved out of the sunroom and through the kitchen toward the sliding door. She was almost out when she heard the chime of the doorbell. Confused, she turned to the front door. Nobody should be coming to the house. Everybody knew that the Fairmonts were out of town at the moment, and all mail had been suspended. Unexpectedly, she saw the bearded face of Cameron Cruz in the window, complete with sunglasses and ball cap. Except the beard wasn't shaggy anymore. He grinned slightly and gave a little wave. She stifled a myriad of emotions that pulsed through her. How had he found her? Why was he here? Why had he trimmed the beard? She unlocked the door and flung it open, taking in the jeans, white t-shirt, and Tevas from earlier. It would be a lie to say that Kat didn't notice how the t-shirt stretched across his shoulders and biceps in all the right places. "Hello?" A smirk filled his face. He gestured to the entrance. "Nice place." Stepping out, she kept the door halfway shut behind her. "I'm house-sitting here, and I'm not allowed to have company at the main house. What are you doing here, Cam?" "Oh." He seemed genuinely concerned. He took a step back and looked around, focusing on the camera by the door. "I guess they really are watching?" "Yeah, they are." She waited. "I came to see if you wanted to hang out sometime." This took her completely off guard. "What?" "You know, hang. It's what friends do. Like I told you, I don't know anybody here." "I thought you treated women like toys and put them back when you're done with them." She didn't know why she felt the need to throw his earlier admission in his face. He looked caught. "Yes, I did say that. I don't know why I said that." "Full disclosure," she suggested. He shrugged and grinned. "Right, full disclosure." "Right. So?" Her heart rate ratcheted up another notch. "Look, let's forget about earlier, okay? Do you want to hang out as friends? That keeps you safe from the whole put the toy back thing, right? Which is good for you because I have a boyfriend." She flashed a smile. "Exactly." Studying him, she didn't know whether to believe him or not, but she decided to be on the safe side. "I can't." "Why?" "I'm working on my dissertation." He frowned. "All the time?" "Pretty much." She nodded. Hesitating, he looked past her, sizing up the house. "How many square feet?" "What?" She glanced back at the house. "I have no idea." "How many rooms?" Flabbergasted, she sighed. "Too many, that's all I know." Pulling off his sunglasses, he stepped around her, perusing the outside and then peering into the glass next to the door. A low whistle hissed out of him. "High ceilings, nice chandelier." Frustrated, she moved to block his view. "Cam, what are you doing here?" Frowning, he looked past her. Is it a crime to admire a nice home? Following his gaze inside the house, she sighed. Rich people. His eyebrows scrunched up. What's wrong with rich people? This was something she hadn't planned on getting into with him. But he had asked. It just feels like the more money you get, the more space you have. Space you don't use. Isn't that wrong? I mean, fundamentally? Why? He shrugged. They earned it. But they don't use it. He shrugged again. Who cares? Unable to believe she was really having this conversation, she sighed. I just feel like it's unfair. Why? Because there are so many people that don't have anything. He let out a sardonic laugh. But they didn't work for it. How do you know? What do you mean? Lots of people work hard. Why shouldn't they have more space? Cam shrugged. Because we live in America. Exactly, we should be more equal. Oh, brother. Cam exhaled. Kat shook her head, finding it ridiculous that they were standing here debating a social issue. Talking with Cam made her feel the same as when she used to run the 50-yard dash in high school. It was for this reason the next words came out of her mouth. Meet me around the back at the cottage. He flashed a grin. Okay. She hustled back in, taking care to lock all the doors. She hurried through the house, picking up her laptop, and dashed out the sliding glass door, locking it before running down the deck steps. Cam was just coming around the house and heading down the cobbled brick steps that led to the cottage. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd get in trouble. Stopping right in front of him, she held up a hand. I'm not in trouble, but please, pray tell, how did you get my address? He didn't seem like the stalker type. Well, except there was that hat and the glasses. Until 20 minutes ago, he'd had a scraggly beard. Maybe he was the stalker type. Frowning, he exhaled and pulled off his hat, revealing his longer on top hair and shaved sides. Running a hand through it, he grinned. What can I say? I know the right people. Nervous butterflies filled her. That's what you're going with? Why did this man standing in front of her make her so nervous? Suddenly, she thought about how she looked. Pulling her computer in front of her, she rushed toward the cottage. I can't believe you're here. He was fast and right on her heels. Look, I found it in the Rolodex at the store, okay? Are you kidding me? She paused. He quit moving too, looking all flustered. The guy, Jet, wouldn't give it to me. Holding her computer with one hand, she shoved him in the chest. That's private information for a reason. Grabbing her hand, he tugged his sunglasses off. We have to talk about this. Smoldering. If she'd ever taken a semester of creative writing, that's how she would describe his blue eyes. Yanking her hand out of his, she backed up. I have no idea what you're talking about. He sighed. Yes, you do. She turned, getting to her front door and pushing it open. Then she spun back and shut the door in his face. Go away. He pounded on the door. What are you doing? Opening the door a peep, she shook her head. You shouldn't be here. Why? I don't even know you. He pulled back a bit and gave her a sheepish grin, running a hand over his lips and beard. And yet I think we know each other better than most people after a first or even second date. Letting out a growl that represented all of her frustration from the last few hours after kissing him, she locked the door. Exactly. Immediately, he pounded on it. Kat, come on, open up the door. We need to talk. No, she said through the door. Really? This is how you're going to play it? Built-up frustration forced her into opening the door a peep again. Yes, this is how I'm going to play it. Thank you for saving my life, but please leave. Slowly, he let out a breath. So that's it. Tugging the door all the way open, she tilted her head to the side and shrugged. That's it. He narrowed his eyes. A light laugh came out of him. Okay. He turned away, then paused. Just go. He just stood there. Frowning, she pushed the door open and stepped out. Go on. But he still didn't move. Moving closer to him, which was completely uncharacteristic of her, she gently pushed him in the shoulder. Go. Spinning back, he stood face to face with her. They were both breathing hard. All she could think of were his piercing blue eyes. Yes, for all that it sounded cliché, they really were piercing and blue, like the sky on a clear day. He smelled like some kind of manly soap, and she hated herself for even wondering what kind of soap it was. It was fresh like a clean breeze. There was another smell, maybe laundry detergent? He could really be in a commercial for laundry detergent, she decided. What did Stephen smell like? Old Spice, maybe. She remembered the small green bottle, but she definitely didn't remember him smelling this fresh, this manly. Fighting her own response to him, she stepped back. But he stepped forward. Come on, Kat, tell me you don't feel this. She stumbled, almost falling. He reached out and stabilized her by grabbing her shoulders. Whoa. She gave him her best glare. It was the one she'd practiced over and over again in 7th grade, when Tommy Connors was grabbing at her every time she walked past his desk in chemistry class. She finally steadied herself and pulled back, crossing her arms. You want to hear that you've ruined my day? Fine, you've ruined my day. I haven't been able to concentrate on my dissertation, and now I have to tell my boyfriend about... She trailed off, hating herself for the confession. His lip twitched up. I ruined your day? He said it all sweet and syrupy. The nerve, the complete nerve of this... Admit that I'm not crazy. There were sparks or something earlier. I have a boyfriend, she insisted, holding up her left hand. Too late, she saw her ring finger was empty. She had forgotten to put the ring back on her finger after the rafting trip. He pointed at her finger. Look at that. You've already abandoned your fake ring. He said it like some imbecile who'd won the prize pig at a county fair. Then he cocked his head to the side. But so you know, Jet told me you're engaged, so your whole fake tactic is working. What tactic? To keep strange guys away. Like Jet. Like you, she threw at him. You're a strange guy too. No, I'm not. The look he gave her was severe and determined. You deny having any type of feelings back there, when your lips were pressed to mine? Of your own free will, I might add. You're making it up, she scoffed, all the more determined to deny the wacky assertions. I resisted. He actually had the gall to laugh. Liar. Deflection was her best option. I can't believe Jet let you get access to the Rolodex, she seethed. He is so fired. Cam shook his head. No, he's not. Yes, he is. She shoved him. Just go. He didn't budge. He grabbed her and pulled her into him, kissing her again. But she pulled back, smacking him hard across the cheek, feeling her hand burn the instant she pulled it away. He jerked back like she'd electrocuted him. What was that for? That was your invitation to leave. Chapter 10. Cam walked away completely confused and bewildered. Had she just slapped him? Really slapped him? No woman had ever slapped him. Except for that fight between him and his sister when he was 10, maybe. You deserved that, she called after him. Pausing, he turned back. Maybe, he said noncommittally. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Had he deserved it? Definitely, she said, with fire burning in her aqua-green eyes. Unable to stop himself, he gave her a triumphant grin before opening his truck door. He pointed at her. You kissed me back, Katherine Foster. You kissed me back twice. She shook her head. No, I didn't. He climbed in his truck, turning the key. She stood there glaring at him, her hands on her hips. Unbelievable. She'd given him all the signs she was interested. Okay, yeah, she'd told him she had a boyfriend too, but... He backed up, then rolled down the window, anger surging through him. Forget it. I don't need this drama in my life. 20 minutes later, Cam got out of his truck, still completely worked up. He was about to change and put on his training clothes when he heard someone yelling at him. Excuse me. Excuse me. Cam turned as a man trotted up on a horse, a man he recognized as Montana Cruz, famous country rock star. It didn't surprise him that Montana had shown up. The realtor who'd sold him the place had actually texted him and asked if he would want to socialize with his neighbors. He'd said Montana was requesting a meet and greet. Cam had promptly texted back saying, "No thank you," even though part of him wanted to meet Montana, meet the kind of man who'd actually made it as a songwriter. He hadn't felt like he'd been in a stable emotional place. Cam watched as Montana maneuvered the horse to the front of the house. He walked out onto the lawn and put on his media smile. "Montana, it's nice to finally meet you." Montana easily slid off the horse and pulled off his glove before sticking his hand out to shake. "I've been trying to find a way to meet the big man Cameron Cruz since I heard you bought the place." Cam took Montana's hand and felt the matching calluses. Calluses acquired from working a pitchfork. Something passed between them. Something that said, "Yes, you're a country guy. I trust you." "I have to apologize. I've been getting my head on straight the past few months." Cam decided candor was his best defense for rudeness. Montana hooked his thumbs into his front pockets next to his wide belt buckle. "I'm sorry to hear about your daddy." There it was. There it had always been. Something private made so public. Cam knew people cared, but he didn't want to talk about it. "Thanks." Montana pulled off his Top Gun kind of sunglasses and gave Cam a leveling stare. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Cam lied. "Uh-huh." Montana didn't seem like he believed him. "You know, I've done my share of hiding away from the media." "I didn't know." A slight grin tugged at the corners of Montana's face. "Heck yeah. Sometimes you gotta get away from the press. You gotta go somewhere like Jackson Hole with land to roam and horses. You gotta go somewhere where men go." He let out a low growl. Unexpectedly, Cam laughed. He could see he was definitely going to get along with Montana. Montana nodded to his adjacent property. "What are you doing?" Cam came up short, thinking for a brief moment about the girl who had just smacked him a good one. He touched his face. "Licking my wound from the hand of a beautiful woman?" All of a sudden, Montana let out the loudest laugh Cam had ever heard. He smacked the side of his leg. "Woo-wee! Looks like she got in a good one." Cam rolled his eyes but took the harassment. "Yes, she did." "What'd you do?" "Nothing." Another ripple of laughter came out of Montana. "Man, I may not know much about females, but I do know if you get a smack like that, it's because you've done something." Cam sighed, bristling at the fact Cruz got so much joy out of this. "I kissed her." "Woot!" Another shoulder slap. "Yeah, that'll do it." He laughed again, and it sounded loud and free and fun. Deep, like it went to the recesses of his heart, a place that Cam had felt cut off from lately. Montana nodded toward his house. "Why don't you come back to my place and meet some of the guys that are coming over? I was just coming to see if you'd be interested, and I can plainly tell you, I'm not taking no for an answer." "Other guys?" Cruz gestured to the barn. "Come on, let's go to your stable and get your horse. You can ride over to my place." Cam found himself acquiescing. After all, what else was he going to do? Sit around here all day? Maybe take the horse out for a ride? Well, that could get done now. He'd definitely relive the slap over and over, or at least the kiss that had led up to it. He needed something to get his mind off of her. "Let's go to your house," Cam agreed. Cam rode at an easy pace over to the Crew property. He slowed when he noticed the home. It was a mansion, really, stately and surrounded by huge pine trees. There were horse corrals in the back, and this immediately won Cam over. If you had a huge house and land, you had to have horses. "How many horses do you keep?" "Oh, I keep 6, but I can't get enough of them." Cam knew exactly how he felt. "Are you just here for the summer?" "I'm here all year. I commute to Vegas 3 nights a week for my show, but I record here." He pointed to a building next to the mansion house. "There's my recording studio." They dropped off the horses in the corral and headed up to the house, but Montana didn't take him inside. "That way." He pointed on the other side of the deck to steps that went to another outbuilding along a cement path. Cam followed, realizing this must be the studio entrance. As they entered through a side door, Cam heard the sound of laughter and voices. 3 men sat in a parlor, surrounded by couches, a fireplace, and assorted guitars on stands. "Gentlemen," Montana smiled and gestured to Cam, "I'd like you all to meet my new friend and neighbor, Mr. Cameron Cruz." "Well, you finally got him off the property." A man stood. Even though he was tall, he was still an inch or 2 shorter than Cam. He wore a black hat, shiny boots, and a huge belt buckle. He immediately put his hand out. "Hunter James." Cam took his hand. "Nice to meet you." Montana nudged Cam. "He's a self-made billionaire, ex-military, struck it rich in oil. He's a good guy. Comes out of Texas, and boy, does he let you know it." Hunter chugged out a laugh. "What can I say? God smiled on me." Montana just laughed. Cam pulled back his hand and thought he recognized the man that stayed seated on the couch. Montana playfully smacked Hunter's back. "Hunter won his property up here in a card game. Have him tell you about it sometime." He pointed to the guy on the couch. "Sterling Pennington," Cam filled in for him. He grinned and stepped forward, putting out his hand. "I liked your last movie." It had been a movie about war heroes, and it took place during World War II, one of Cam's favorite topics. Sterling looked exactly the same as he did in his movies. He grinned and shook Cam's hand. "I enjoyed your last game. Go Storm." This was the clincher. Cam let out a laugh and knew he liked the company he was in. The next guy sitting on the couch stood, and Cam recognized him as an infomercial guy. He was also tall, with hair that was spiky and gelled. He looked like he'd come off of a magazine cover. Suddenly, Cam felt self-conscious about his beard. The guy put out his hand. "Nice to meet you." "You too." Cam didn't want to be rude and tell him he didn't remember his name. From beside him, Montana asked, "You've heard of Cooper Harrison?" Cam shook Harrison's hand and nodded, instantly recognizing the name. "You're that positive thinking guy." Cooper let out a derisive-sounding laugh. "That's what I'm known for, I guess." "Sit down." Montana gestured to the couches. As the other men did so, Montana perched on a stool in the center of the room, grabbed a guitar, and gently strummed it. He smiled. "You are all probably wondering why you're here. You may not have noticed, but we're all neighbors." He pointed at Cam. "Obviously you hadn't noticed. That's why I had to try one more time to drag you over. Glad I got you." Hunter cleared his throat. "Geez, when you say it that way, Montana, it makes it feel like we're not as important." Cam could tell Hunter was kidding, but he could also see that Hunter wanted to make a point. Montana laughed. "Well, that's not true." He sighed. "Have you boys ever heard of Benjamin Franklin's Junto meetings?" Though he was surprised at the turn of conversation, Cam nodded. He knew exactly what Montana was talking about. Benjamin Franklin was a personal hero of his dad's. Often, his dad would talk about the ingenuity of Franklin, how he would solve problems. He'd always been searching for ways to emulate him. Chills washed over him, and he felt tears well in his eyes. Montana looked at each of them. Okay, let me explain. Benjamin Franklin organized a group called Junto for the purpose of improving themselves, their communities, and their country. I have researched each of you and think you could all contribute in a unique way to the group. He nodded to Hunter. Hunter James is a risk taker. He follows his instincts, and usually they're right. Hunter put up a hand and high-fived Montana. Dang straight. Montana grinned and turned to Cam. Cameron Cruz is one of those quarterbacks who takes leadership to the next level. I've admired the way he puts his teammates first and plays with heart. Cam blinked and nodded. Montana pointed to Sterling. Sterling doesn't just make movies that sell. He makes movies that change people. He has a reputation for refusing to be part of movies that put out trashy stories. We need his integrity. Sterling only lifted an eyebrow, then nodded. Montana turned to Cooper. Cooper isn't just a positive-thinking guy. He's the guy that breaks down what constitutes the principles of success and then helps individuals develop those principles within themselves. Gentlemen, I think we could be successful at helping people out. This would give Cooper a chance to help more people. Cooper flashed a grin. Sounds like a challenge. Montana sighed. The other day it hit me. Why don't 5 eligible bachelors living in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, with more money than a small country, hang out and put themselves to good use? No one spoke for a few seconds. What do you have in mind? Hunter James finally asked. I don't have a whole lot in mind right now. I just know that we should take advantage of living in this beautiful place. I have a vision of finding local projects we can fund and help get off the ground. What do you say? We can start right here in Jackson and make a haven from the world. Cam liked that idea. A haven from the world. His thoughts drifted to Kat. He wondered if she needed a haven from the world. I like it, Sterling said. The pit of Cam's stomach tightened. He'd been sitting around for far too long doing nothing. He needed to get on with living. I'm in. Montana grinned. Good. He turned back to Hunter and Harrison. Sounds good, Harrison agreed. I'm in too. Hunter nodded, looking thoughtful. He turned to Cam. Yes, let's talk about how to save the world. But first, I want to know why Cam's face here has a handprint on half of it. The other men laughed. Montana put his guitar down and nodded at Cam. Go ahead and tell them. Cam explained what had happened that morning and afternoon with Kat. Hunter James let out a whoop. Please introduce me to a fine bookish woman that will smack me. How much do you want for her? Cam laughed, but he was unimpressed by Hunter's brashness. Don't count on it. Oh. Hunter grinned wider and looked at the other men. Better yet, let me win her from you in a poker game. The others roared with laughter. I got some cards somewhere. Montana got up. Cam put up a hand. I couldn't bet her away if I wanted to. She's already taken. You said she had a fake fiancé. Sterling wagged a finger at him. Every woman is fair game until she says I do. Shaking his head, Cam laughed. Oh, so that's the standard? Sterling flashed his movie star smile. Doesn't she realize that Cameron Cruz doesn't play backup? Her boyfriend better kick up his game, because you always hit the end zone. Cam smarted from Sterling's observation. But wasn't he right? It wasn't in his nature to play backup. Another roaring laugh came out of Montana. Good point, Sterling. Okay, let's put down a few ground rules for this group. He got out a notebook and opened it. Here are a couple of things Benjamin Franklin's group started with. He cleared his throat. Franklin focused on morals, politics, and philosophy, so... He looked at each of them. I want you all to think about how we can focus these discussions on doing good, because we all have fortune on our side already. How can we change the world? Hunter stood. Let's take a couple of days to think. But before we think, we should go out to celebrate our new group formation. Cam saw the mischief in his eyes and knew Hunter James would be fun to hang out with. "Can't," Sterling and Cooper said at the same time. Hunter let out a breath, then turned to Montana and Cam. Montana put up his hands. "Nope, I have a recording session tonight." Hunter laser-focused in on Cam, who protested, "Oh no, I don't want to be recognized." Montana stepped forward, taking off his cowboy hat and putting it on Cam's head. "With that beard and this hat, you won't be recognized." Hunter James pulled off his belt buckle. "We'll even add some Texan pride to the outfit." Chapter 11. Kat flew around the cottage, confused about the whole altercation with Cam. Had she seriously just hit him? She smoldered, well aware that she had. Simultaneously, she felt guilty about hurting him and happy that she'd finally resisted kissing him. The kicker was that she didn't know if she should like that about herself or not. She'd always been a pacifist. Well, only in theory, apparently. Starting in the kitchen, she pumped out her Hot Hits Pandora stream and filled up bucket after bucket of hot, soapy water. She washed walls, pulled food out from the cupboards, and went completely over the top cleaning. Energy. There was too much energy after Cam left, just from thinking about him, about those kisses, about Stephen and how he'd answered his phone, like he'd seriously been in the middle of his own kind of cheating relationship. He'd sworn to her there was no one else, that he wanted to get serious. Dang. She dropped her hand into the bucket, not caring about the bubbly water splashing on her. She hadn't been trying to cheat. In fact, she could guarantee there was an innocent way to see the whole kissing 2 times on the Snake River that morning. What had happened? Dissertation stress, work stress, mother stress, in that order. Well, her mother could always be first. She'd come here to focus. Even more importantly, she felt she needed to do this to reconnect to her grandfather and his memory, his life, his legacy. It took her another 2 hours to finish mopping walls and get the counters, chairs, and everything completely washed down. Next, she went for the 2 bathrooms, which were more dusty than dirty. Finally, she finished vacuuming and straightening up. She didn't like the place to look like anyone had really lived in it. She was watching the place. It should be clean. Her thoughts trickled back to Cam. It drove her crazy. She needed to be working on her dissertation, but she was cleaning. It was like she couldn't figure out how to put the shaken pieces of herself in order yet. She needed movement and distraction. Who was he? Why had she kissed him? And why couldn't she get him out of her head? When Stephen finally managed to call back, she blurted, "How come it took you this long to call me?" "I was in the middle of my class." "You weren't in the middle of your class. You were in between classes when I called." "What's going on?" he asked urgently. "Nothing's going on. She trailed off, not wanting to bring it up, but unable to stop herself. Stephen, if you're cheating on me with your old TA, just tell me." For a few moments, he didn't speak. Then he let out a long sigh. "Katherine, we talked about this. Working so closely together last semester, Trina got the wrong idea. But as I've told you, I told her there's nothing between us. Plus, love, I'm here now. I came to be with you this summer, remember?" Guilt fell through her. She'd actually been the one to kiss someone else today. "Sorry. Are you still mad because I won't buy you a ring?" Anger surged into her. "I didn't say I wanted you to buy me a ring." "You kind of did." She sighed. "Can't I just want to talk to my boyfriend?" she asked petulantly. "Of course you can talk to me. You have no idea how hard the separation has been for me." "How hard has it been for you, Stephen?" She didn't mean for it to sound sarcastic, but at the moment, she was only thinking about how hard it was for her. Stephen had never been an overly expressive person. He was into his research and busy, the quintessential professor type. He hesitated and sighed. "Sweetheart, listen, I'm going to be there in no time at all." She didn't respond for a few seconds, but eventually decided to tell him part of what was bugging her. "I spoke to my mother today." He paused. "Are you okay?" "She found out about the hospital in London." "Oh dear, I'm sorry." Stephen was the only one that truly understood her. "You know, she had the audacity to tell me that I couldn't live in a fairy tale." He sighed. "You know, she just wants control of you." Kat felt so grateful to Stephen. He provided moments like this when she needed a sounding board. "I know. You'll be okay. You're strong." "I know." But it was nice to hear. He cleared his throat, and she could hear papers shuffling in the background. He had probably just come from teaching and was likely preparing to grade papers. "How's the dissertation coming?" "Fine." Suddenly, she didn't really feel like talking to him anymore. "Can I do anything to help?" Last night, when she'd tried to go into the qualitative results of the surveys she'd gotten back from some schools, he'd been totally distracted and unhelpful. "Do you have time to help?" "Don't say that, Kat." She didn't respond. "Kat." Before she could stop herself, she confessed. "I kissed him." "Who?" Guilt surged. "There was just this guy who... Actually, he ended up saving my life." Silence. "It just happened." She didn't say how many times it had happened. Finally, he responded. "What are you saying?" "Nothing. It meant nothing. I just had to tell you." She continued quickly. "My foot got stuck under a rock and I couldn't get up for air." Remembering it made her feel vulnerable. "He saved my life." Another beat of silence. "I'm sorry." It felt weird to be the one apologizing to him, what with all the apologizing he'd done over the past few months. "Of course you are." His tone was quiet, but superior. "What does that mean?" "I'm glad you told me." "You are? It means you're not hiding anything." Her heart was pounding fast. "I'm sorry," she said again, wanting to make it better, but not knowing how. "You're sure you're not just doing this because you're still smarting from finding those texts?" "You think I'm lying?" "I didn't say that." He sighed. "It's just typical impatience like yourself to be looking for ways to ruin the relationship." Out of sorts, she felt tears come to her eyes. "I thought you weren't going to call me a patient anymore." Old feelings of insecurity instantly came to the surface. "Katherine, let's just forget it." Not what she'd expected. "Katherine?" "Let's not worry about it." "Really? Things like this happen. You told me. We're adults. Let's move on." Something didn't sit right with her. It was like he was conceding a chess move so he could get closer to the bishop. But she sucked in a breath and forced her heart rate to slow. He cleared his throat. "I'm glad you didn't die today, because I have good news. I've actually been looking into a program to help you find the funding to make your dream of helping those kids come true." She gasped. "Shut up!" He laughed, and she found herself smiling as well. "I spoke with Professor Talbot today, and he said he may have a former student willing to put up the money to get some trials going." "Oh my gosh!" She couldn't believe it. Professor Talbot was the professor known for being connected to fundraising possibilities. It was one thing to talk about her theory and gather past results, but to get to do something real made all of her hard work feel worth it. He let out another round of laughter. Yes, I am quite magnificent, if I do say so myself. Rolling her eyes at his narcissism, she laughed. Thank you. She finished up putting away the cleaning supplies and stared at her spotless cottage. She couldn't believe it. He'd really come through for her. I wish you were here to celebrate. Me too. She finally felt brave enough to ask the question she really wanted to ask. So what was happening when I called earlier? A student had swung by the office, and we were heading out to class. Feeling like a complete fool, she peered at herself in the shiny surface of the oven. Her reflection was distorted, but she could see that her bun had stray wisps of hair. Oh, we're talking serious money for your project, Katherine. For a second, the proper way Stephen always treated her felt funny. Katherine. It was a stark contrast to how Cam had been with her. The mention of Cam in her thoughts brought his image into the forefront of her mind. Guilt pulsed through her. She pushed it away, proud of herself for slapping him. He'd get the message now. She had a boyfriend. Katherine? Jerked out of her thoughts. Warmth spread through her as she thought about Professor Talbot helping them fundraise. Thank you for helping me. You're welcome. He hesitated for a moment, and she thought she heard a door click. I have to run. I'll see you next week. Okay. Something didn't feel right, but she ignored it, not letting the worry get her down. She ended the call and headed to her room, deciding not to think about any of it. She would go out with Jed and the others tonight. Yes, she would go dancing and not think about him. Cam, that is. Of course she would think about Stephen. She would put back on her fake engagement ring, too. Just as a precaution. As Kat wove her way through the bore, she cringed at the sound of the whiny country music playing. It wasn't that she minded the music. Her grandfather had loved country music and played it incessantly when she visited. Unfortunately, this band was horrible. She frowned and rose on her tiptoes to look for Jed and Frankie, who'd made a miraculous recovery from his early morning sickness. But she couldn't find them. Checking her phone, she noted that it was almost 9 o'clock, and they were supposed to be here at 8:30. She sent off a text to Jed. Where are you guys? Less than 30 seconds later, he fired a text back. Did you come out? Come over to the Moose. Kat didn't like this at all. While the Boar was known more for being a dancing hangout, the Moose was known for drinking. Hard drinking. It surprised her that the group chose to go there. The Boar had a younger, 20-ish crowd. Looking around at the amount of cowboy hats and people doing country dancing, she reconsidered. She knew how to country dance, but she didn't have a partner. Making a fast decision, she texted Jet back. On my way. As she maneuvered back to the door, a man in a black cowboy hat pushed his way in. Immediately, she recognized Cam. He looked different. In addition to his black hat, he wore a flashy gold belt buckle, not to mention the black boots. Her stomach fluttered. Dang, he looked good. Behind him came another guy, a bit shorter. He wore a white hat and almost the same kind of buckle. The guy caught her eye immediately, and a huge grin spread across his face. He muttered something to Cam and started toward her. Cam reached out, jerking the guy back. Her and Cam's eyes locked. Crazy, hyper butterflies fluttered through her system. She felt herself go weak in the knees, which was insane because she wasn't a weak-in-the-knees kind of woman. Pushing forward 3 steps, Cam closed the gap between them. He lifted his eyebrows. I thought you were working on your dissertation. Her heart pounded so hard in her ears she could barely hear his voice. She cleared her throat. A mixture of irritation and anxiety stirred within her, but she kept her cool, narrowing her eyes. Looks like the slap didn't deter you from coming near me. His blue eyes sparkled, and he touched his cheek. If you knew me, you'd know I can take a hit and keep on coming. You have to hit a lot harder to deter me. Unwillingly, she felt herself grin, and a light laugh escaped her. So cocky. He didn't move, still holding her gaze. Nervous butterflies circled in her stomach. The other man, the one in the white hat, appeared next to Cam. Kat immediately noticed the playful look on his face. "Cam, you have to introduce me." It looked like he wanted to laugh out loud at Cam's annoyance. Rolling his eyes, Cam put on a fake smile. "Katherine Foster, meet Hunter James." Hunter's hand was out, taking hers, pulling it in, and before she could stop him, giving the back of it a quick kiss. His eyes were a deep chocolate brown, and his eyebrows were thick and looked almost perfect, like he'd had a stylist do them. Quickly, he released her hand. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Foster." A quick grin filled his face, and he glanced at Cam. "I've heard you're good at keeping the riffraff at bay." Perplexed, Kat raised her eyebrow. "Okay." At that, Hunter James threw back his head and laughed. Cam nudged Hunter, his expression fierce. "Niceties are over. Why don't you go find someone to dance with?" Hunter appeared unfazed by this. If anything, he looked more mischievous. He glanced at Kat. "Would you—" He was cut off by another, much harder nudge from Cam. "Another lady." Hunter guffawed, but he moved away from them, winking at Kat. "Let me know if you need a real dance partner." He started making his way through the crowd as the music transitioned into an old Bon Jovi song. Kat couldn't believe the nerve of this guy. Both guys, really. She stared after Hunter James in a state of complete confusion. Cam put his hand out, shaking his head disdainfully. "Obviously, I can't take him anywhere." Kat eyed his hand. "I thought you didn't have any friends in Jackson." Cam kept his hand out, and his lip twitched. "Met Hunter today." "Today?" His grin widened. "Why, Katherine Foster, did you think I was completely ruined after that slap earlier?" Ignoring him, she averted his gaze. Without asking, he took a step closer and picked up her hand, moving her into some dance steps. She recognized the song as one of her favorites. It was an acoustic ballad, and the kind of music perfectly suited for a slow dance. "What are you doing?" she asked. Wiggling his eyebrows, he perfunctorily stopped and put her hand firmly on his shoulder. He took up her other hand and moved them in an easy two-step. "We're dancing, of course." Not stopping them, she felt the previous butterflies and anxiety melting away. "You know I'm fake engaged," he filled in for her. He flashed another grin, spun her wide, brought her back into him, and whispered in her ear, "You've told me." Chapter 12. Cam couldn't deny that running right into Kat was a stroke of fortune. He felt even luckier now that she was dancing with him. It wouldn't have suited to have her simply slap him again and run off. Normally, he wouldn't have cared either way. There was always a steady stream of girls that would give a lot to talk with him, let alone dance with him. But they weren't Kat. There was something about this woman, something that he'd felt since the first time he met her. That something had exploded between them this afternoon, but it wasn't just the physical attraction, though there was definitely that. No, there was something deeper, something— "This can't happen, Cam," she whispered. Feeling her breath against his cheek startled him. He drew back and smiled. "What, Kat? We're just friends," he insisted, knowing it was a bald-faced lie. At least, it was a lie on his part. A smile softened her lips. He took a second to stare at her. She was decked out in full makeup, but she hadn't gone overboard, just mascara and lip gloss. Her long, straight blonde hair was pushed back in a sequined hairband. She wore a white halter-top sundress that accentuated the sun she'd gotten that morning. But what he really liked were those brown knee-high boots. "Nice boots," he grinned. "Nice hat." She looked up at him. Her eyes moved down his face and stopped at his shirt. A Western shirt. I wouldn't have figured you for the type. Liking that she was commenting on his appearance, he pulled her in and twirled her in a succession of quick turns. I told you I'm a ranch guy. Right. A cowboy? She grinned. He grinned. Of sorts. A light strawberry scent filled his senses. She also smelled of some kind of other fruit that he couldn't quite pinpoint. Maybe if he could get closer and smell her hair better. He calmed himself. Simply having her in his arms was enough, more than he could have hoped for earlier today. His mind whirled with questions, but he didn't want to ruin this moment. He took her back into a slow two-step, and she grinned up at him. He noticed the hand he was holding was her left hand, and inspected the ostentatious ring. Has Stephen even seen the ring? It was out before he could stop himself. Oh. She looked caught. No, he doesn't know I say he's my fiancé, but I did tell him you kissed me. Taken by surprise, Cam searched her face. You did? I did. We tell each other everything. When you're on. What? You said you'd been on again, off again. Did I say that? Yes. Well, we're on. She looked away. Does he want to be your real fiancé? Dang it, he couldn't quit with the boyfriend questions. Kat didn't look at him. I don't know. Do you want to be a real cowboy? He ignored the barb. Has he talked about getting married? She leveled him with a glare. Okay, I'll stop. Another song began. Both of them just stood there in some kind of face-off. He put his hand out and cocked an eyebrow in challenge. Another dance? To be friendly? I'm sure your relationship with the professor can handle one more dance. He knew he was taunting her, but he couldn't stop. Something flashed in her eyes, something that told him she was up for the challenge. Of course. She took his hand, and then both of them were flying around the dance floor. Cam took her into some complicated steps, and to her credit, she kept up with him. You know how to dance, she said between breaths when he slowed them down. Nodding, he grinned. So do you. She simply lifted her eyebrows at him. So tell me about songwriting. His heart skipped a beat, because she didn't know who he was, and he liked thinking of himself as a songwriter. What do you want to know? Lifting one shoulder, she let out a puff of breath. Is it as hard as I think it'd be? He kept dancing, trying to ignore the way her scent would get stronger every time he spun her and brought her back. Yes. She nodded. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm only writing a technical piece and it feels overwhelming. But with music, it's poetry. Liking the idea that they had something kind of in common, he agreed. It's pressure. He winked at her. Maybe that's why I can't seem to find the right words. But you found the right notes? It was hard to explain the songwriting process. Probably even harder because he hadn't done that much of it. But he wouldn't tell her that. In a flash of inspiration, he knew how to explain it to her. You know that moment when you're canoeing down the river and it all just flows? Briefly, she pulled back, evaluating him more sharply. Yes. That's how songwriting is. When it flows, it flows. She gave a shake of her head. And when you crash, you crash? His thoughts flitted to earlier, the knee-jerk reaction he'd had to get her free from the rock, the way he'd felt so protective of her. He cleared his throat. Yep. They fell into a comfortable silence as they danced. After a bit, he asked, So, you and the professor have lived apart since last year? Giving him a reluctant look, she nodded. Yep. He grinned. I mean, you said he went to see you to teach for the summer, but you came here. So you haven't just hung out and stuff? We did in London, she protested. Last year. What's your point? She asked. I fell in love with him, okay? Is that a crime? You never told me how you met. He knew he should stop asking questions, but he couldn't help himself. For a brief moment, she glared at him. I don't have to answer all your questions. Whoa! He kept his hand on her hip and held her hand. I'm sorry. Are you going to tell me about all the girls you've put back on the shelf? There was a bit of venom in the statement. He still couldn't believe he'd said that. Why did being around her make him feel like a teenager? Okay, I get the hint. Let's talk about something else. Fine. Her eyes went to his belt buckle. Nice belt buckle. She peered closer. Did you used to bronc ride or something? Without hesitating, he took it off. There was a smaller one under it. The big one that Hunter had given him had fit right over it. He held it out to her. Since you like it so much, you should have it. He took her hand and put it inside her palm. What? She tried to hand it back to him, but he refused. Nope. You take it to remember me by, Kat. A silly smile washed over her face. So this would be what you'd want me to remember you by. A horrendously gaudy belt buckle. She studied it. Not breaking stride, he nodded. There could be worse things. A wicked grin spread across her face. She put it inside the pocket of her dress. Okay, I'm going to make you put up or shut up. I'm keeping the belt buckle because it has a horse on it, and I have a weakness for horses. He grinned. I'd be offended if you didn't keep it. He didn't know what he was going to tell Hunter about the awful thing. He'd just pay him for it or something. You like horses? That made him immensely happy. Yes, I do. She stopped dancing. Cam, I should probably go. No, she couldn't go, not yet. Feeling ludicrous, Cam did the only thing he could think of. He reached out his hand in a professional handshake kind of way. Let's start over. If all I can have is friends with you, Katherine Foster, that's what we'll be. Deal? For a few seconds, he wondered if she would bolt, but she just let out a sigh and shook his hand. She had a nice grip. Fine. Friends. She rolled her eyes. It appears you have 2 friends in Jackson now. He laughed. Guess so. Can we be dancing friends? Another song came on, and he reached out for her hand. Clearly unable to resist him, she smiled. For a bit. So, for the next few songs, they simply danced. The country dancing was the kind of dancing he'd grown up on, and it felt natural. Plus, if he did say so himself, he was pretty good. He'd taken some swing classes at the university, and even though he hadn't had a chance to use his skills for the past few years, they came back quickly. They didn't speak as they danced, almost as if they had agreed not to speak. But Cam couldn't deny that every spin, turn, and silly swing move made him more certain that he absolutely wanted more than this. The way she laughed after some complicated move, or when he picked her up and spun her, made him want the song to go on forever. Needless to say, Cameron was blindsided when he felt a heavy tap on his shoulder. Excuse me, can I have this dance? It was the guy from the rafting place. Jet? Cam asked. Scrunching up his face in a ticked-off way, Jet nodded and gave Kat a scathing look. You were supposed to come to the Moose 45 minutes ago. Quickly tugging out of Cam's embrace, Kat looked caught. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. She glanced from Cam to Jet. I didn't realize the time. Putting his hands at his sides, and hating the way he felt almost cold when she took a step back from him, Cam focused on Jet. Oh, you guys were supposed to meet up? Jet held Cam's gaze, recognition sparking in his eyes. Wait, you're the guy from the shop earlier. Who are you? Cam laughed, not wanting to be recognized. If that happened, the merciless cameras would start up. He'd come here to get away from that. See ya, Kat. He turned, searching for Hunter, who he found with some brunette in the corner. The night suddenly got a lot less interesting. Chapter 13. Kat woke the next morning, checking her phone and loving that she'd been able to sleep in until 8:30. She never worked at the guide place on Fridays. She had promised herself it would be a day she would use for her dissertation. Pulling herself out of bed, she noticed the sundress she'd peeled off of her body the night before lying in a crumpled mess on the chair. Then she saw the belt buckle half hanging out of her pocket. Smiling, she picked it up. Shiny and gold and huge. Totally gaudy. It had bronc riding championship etched across the bottom in tiny lettering. Had he given her his championship belt buckle? Confused, she put the buckle back on top of her dress. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out and saw Stephen was trying to call her. Hello? Hey, I bet you've been up and working away since 6, haven't you? This is what she'd told him her plan was for every Friday, and she had done it the last 2 Fridays. Not this morning. Oh. I went out to celebrate with a bunch of people from the guide company. Which was totally true. With Jet? His voice had spiked to a jealous tone. And others. Another truth, kind of. She turned the fake ring on her finger. What would Stephen say if he saw it? If he found out she'd been pretending? Well, I just finished teaching my morning classes, and I saw Professor Talbot on the way back to my apartment. Uh-huh. We're having dinner next Wednesday to discuss it. Great. There's just one thing. What's that? I think we need to work on the research a bit and try to add more quantitative research. I think we should add in the governmental data you've collected, too. This bugged her. He'd been trying to get her to make serious changes to her data for a long time. My program is much different from a government program. It's going to take a lot of private funding. Kat, he said in a bored tone, I'm trying to help you. It feels like you're always trying to change my project. Not at its core. But you are in the way it should be implemented. I want these kids in nature. My research proves that having kids out on the land, on the river, riding horses is what they need. But what about focusing on cultural programs? Nature is better, she stated, unwilling to bend on this. Kat, let's not argue. Fine. Even though they agreed not to fight, it always felt like she was acquiescing to him. Are you still sure it's okay if I stay with your friend Jet? Yes. At least, she hoped it was after last night. Jet had seemed kind of ticked off when he'd caught her dancing with Cam. But he'd been fine after she joined the rest of the group at the Moose. They had all hung out and danced. Right before she'd left, Jet had pulled her aside and asked if she had something going on with Cam. When she'd adamantly denied anything, he'd simply given her a pointed stare and said, Look, if Stephen is out, I want to be in the lineup. She hadn't even acknowledged his comment, instead simply telling him she'd see him on Monday at work. I could just stay with you, Stephen pressed. You know how I feel about that. She didn't want to debate this again. Anyway, Jet is only charging $200 a month and will only be here until the end of August. Come on, you'll love it. Stephen sighed. What's wrong? You've been kissing other guys. Her breath caught. He sighed even louder. I'm sorry. Never mind. It just seems like a lot of extra cost. Not wanting to fight with him, she remained quiet. Kat, I told you about kissing him because I wanted to be truthful. I know. But you're mad? I guess I am. Okay. Her heart was racing. Maybe things should go on hold between us. What? She suddenly felt desperate. Wait, Stephen, what about our plans? Aren't you coming? Another sigh. Let me think about it. I'll talk to you later. Kat heard the phone line go silent, and frustration coursed through her. It felt like no matter how close she and Stephen got, with one pull of a string they unraveled so quickly. 4 hours later, Kat sat in the sunroom of the mansion house, frustrated that the cursor hadn't moved more than a page and a half since she'd started. What had Stephen meant? Let me think about it. Grr. But her mind flashed to the past few months. Hadn't she done the exact same thing to him after she'd found all those texts? Made him work for it? All the energy suddenly went out of her. The tables had turned, and she didn't like it. He was the one deciding whether to stay together or not. She sighed and pushed the computer off of her lap. Standing, she did a full-body stretch, lifting her hands to the ceiling and closing her eyes. Dang it if Cameron Cruz's face didn't appear inside her mind. Opening her eyes, she stomped the ground, thinking how peculiar it was that she was throwing a mini-fit because she couldn't get the stupid guy's face out of her mind. Then she thought of the belt buckle. The championship belt buckle. For some reason, she'd brought it with her over to the mansion house. Stupid, stupid, stupid. It intrigued her. She stared at the guy on a bronc, looking at the complete absurdity of it, and thinking of how he'd given her something really valuable. Why had he done that? It was like a token, she realized. Something that needed to get out of her physical realm so she could get him out of her mind. She'd read a whole academic book about people who suffered from this, or thought they did. Cam must have known the psychology behind possessions and thought patterns. He must have put some type of spell on her or something, or on this belt buckle that now tortured her. Okay, it sounded silly and witchy, but stranger things had happened. She recalled some of her grandfather's stories of a local Indian tribe that gave out little dolls for good or evil. Had he given her this dumb belt buckle to vex her because she wouldn't give him more than friendship? Was this the reason all the bad things were happening between her and Stephen? Had Cam somehow known she was going dancing last night? But how? Maybe he'd heard Jet talking about it with someone and taken a shot and gone to try and find her in order to give her this. Crazy. He was driving her absolutely insane. Picking up her laptop, she rushed out of the mansion house, making sure to lock the door. Going to the cottage, she went to her room, plugged in her computer, and put the belt buckle down as she combed out her hair and then put it into a loose braid. The buckle stared back at her, mocking her. Picking it up, she threw it down the hall, then ground her teeth at the way it scraped the tile floor. She quickly threw on some mascara and lip gloss, telling herself she was getting presentable because she had to stop in at the shop to get Cam's address. It was not because she would be seeing Cam to return the stupid thing. She wanted it out of her life, out of her apartment, out of her mind. Erased. Chapter 14. Cam sat in his music room, strumming away at a new rhythm that had come to him when he'd gotten home last night. He'd stayed up late writing and working out a chorus and all the verses. It had come to him as easy as reaching up and throwing the perfect pass. Of course, as he'd written it, he'd thought of Kat. He thought of the way her face lit up right before she broke out into laughter, the way her aqua-green eyes flashed with fury right before she slapped him, the way her skin glistened in the sun, and how it warmed the center of his chest to see her wearing a Denver storm hat. A muse, that's what she'd been for him. She was the perfect muse, because she was perfectly untouchable. He softly sang the new song, feeling alive, happy, and content. More content than he'd felt since... Oh no, he did not want to think about his dad. Abruptly stopping, he tugged the pencil from between his lips and bent over the notebook, erasing that last chord and adding in another. He tried it out, and it fit perfectly. He'd gone to bed around 2, but surprised himself by being up by 7. He'd run and lifted, and then he'd had breakfast, showered, and started songwriting. He felt clear, capable, determined. It was the version of himself he liked, the one he'd missed lately. After taking a lunch break at noon, he headed to the stables and took Sugar for a ride. It was a stupid name, he knew that, but that's what had felt right since he'd gotten the horses last week. Sugar and Harper. The names fit. Sugar was fast and fun and sweet. Harper was strong, but would fight him a bit more. He'd rode each horse for about an hour. He even took a spin over to Montana's property, knowing Montana wouldn't care. As he sat in the music room, he strummed out the song, feeling amazing, glowing, Had he just thought that? He was glowing? What was happening to him? He grinned, but then frowned, thinking that he wouldn't see Kat until Saturday, bright and early at 6 a.m. He'd booked the tour with her, and he was happy about it. He wanted to see her now, though, and show her his song. He wanted to just talk, like yesterday on the river. He wanted to unwind with her, to just be. It had felt so amazing to him to not be Cameron Cruz. It had shocked him that he'd told her about his dad. What had shocked him even more was the understanding way she'd responded. The connection they'd made had been more than he'd ever had with any woman. Oh man, he sounded like a lovesick teenager. He thought of his first girlfriend, Karen, the woman he would have married. He'd even written her some songs. Grinning, he played the old song he'd written for her. It was amateur, but it actually made him happy to remember his first love, the innocence, the freedom of giving his heart away for the first time, without fear. That was what was so special about a first love, the lack of fear. When you jump into that pool, you're not worried about depth. There hadn't been another girl that he'd felt these silly feelings about since Karen. Honestly, he'd told his dad he wondered if he'd been ruined by his first love. His dad had assured him that a woman that left him was never the right woman. God had a plan for him, and a woman he could love and who could love him back would show up. He broke off playing and frowned, immediately and overwhelmingly depressed. Kat was already taken. Plus, she didn't feel the same way about him. He thought of holding her in his arms last night. It had been all he could think of or write about. He'd fallen asleep wishing he could have gotten closer and just taken a deeper breath. Meanwhile, she probably hadn't even given him a second thought. He put the guitar down and squeezed the pencil in his hands. She'd probably gone home and talked to Stephen on the phone as she fell asleep. He'd never wanted to punch another man for simply being someone else's boyfriend before, but he did at this moment. Letting out a long breath, he slumped back onto the piano bench and put the pencil down. How could this be happening to him? He'd fallen in love with the wrong girl. Closing his eyes, he did something he hadn't done in a long time, something he'd refused to do since his dad had passed. He bowed his head and spoke to God. Lord, if this is right, if you're even there, please help me to know what to do about this woman. It's complicated, but I feel like I met her for a reason. Please help me. Guide me. Help her. Please help me do the right thing. Without warning, he heard the chime of his doorbell echo through the house. Raising his head, he stood, wondering who would be coming to the house. It must be Montana, he concluded. Or Hunter. He grinned to himself. He'd been more than mad about Cam giving away his precious championship belt buckle. Even after Cam had told him he'd pay more than the going rate for it. Hunter had told him he didn't want more than the going rate. He wanted his belt buckle back. Casually grabbing the door fixture, he pushed the lever and swung it back. He'd never expected that the woman he'd just been praying for would shove the belt buckle he'd given her in his face. Take it back. Chapter 15. Kat knew she looked pretty crazed and angry. It had only gotten worse since she'd left the cottage, gone to the shop, and retrieved Cam's address from the computer. That had been a nightmare, since Jet had watched her like a hawk. As she shoved the belt buckle in Cam's face, she completely ignored the way her heart pitter-pattered and her stomach tightened. He did not get to have any kind of effect on her. It was nonsense. A stupid grin spread across Cam's face. After he took the buckle, he grasped her hand. Hey. Pulling her hand back, she shook her head, trying to calm down. Don't hey me. I know you did some type of voodoo when you left that with me. Do you realize it's seriously cursed? I had to chuck it down the hall before I felt even remotely better. I've been completely distracted all day. I don't know what you and your sister did to curse it, But I want you to know I'm giving this back so the spell is back on you." When she got through, she expected some type of acknowledgement, guilt or remorse. All he did was throw back his head and laugh. Then he put his hand over his stomach and laughed harder, holding on to the door. "I hate you," and she meant it. Who would do this to somebody? She turned and rushed back down the steps. He was there in an instant, passing her on the stairs and stopping in front of her at the bottom. "Stop, Kat." She barreled toward her car. "No." He barred the way. "Kat." Stopping to prevent herself from running into him, she glared up at him. "Move." Her voice was shaky. He didn't have sunglasses or a hat or anything like that on. His beard was trimmed, and he wore athletic shorts and a fitted Denver Storm athletic shirt. "I wrote the song, Kat." She felt herself getting pulled into another slow, sticky moment. All the anger rushed out of her, replaced with curiosity. "You were in the flow?" All flow, the whole night. Briefly, it felt like all his happiness seemed to transfer to her, but then she shook her head. "Tell me the truth. Did you spell the belt buckle?" He started to reach out and touch her shoulder, but he seemed to think better of it and pulled his hand back to form the Boy Scout sign. "I swear I didn't spell the belt buckle." Her lips twitched. "Kat, I promise." Not ready to let him off the hook, she scowled. "Was the flow amazing?" A wide grin split his face. "Come and hear it," he whispered. Hyper butterflies erupted into her stomach. Then guilt. Their eyes met, and all she could think about was kissing him after he'd saved her life. Searching for something else to focus on, her eye caught the glint of the gold in his hand. "When did you get the belt buckle?" "What do you mean?" "It says bronc riding championship on it, but which championship did you win?" "Oh." He covered his mouth and coughed, hiding a grin. "What?" "It's Hunter's belt buckle. He loaned it to me last night." "It's Hunter's?" He nodded and crossed his arms. "This explains why he was so mad I gave it to you." Without warning, she let out a laugh. Thinking of all the stress of the day and that stupid belt buckle, she laughed even harder. Cam frowned. "Are you okay?" Wiping beneath her eyes, she shook her head. "Sorry, I just thought I was going crazy. I guess—" She sighed, feeling worse. "Actually, I was crazy for a little bit." Cam watched her while she composed herself. It didn't escape her notice that he looked amazing. "Want to come in and hear the song?" I should get back to work on my dissertation." Scrunching up his face, he put his hands together in mock begging. "Please?" Thinking of how she'd wasted most of the day, she shook her head. "I really have to work." Not to mention her maybe boyfriend would really not approve. He hesitated. "Okay." Impressed he was giving up, she began moving for the car, feeling out of sorts. "Okay, well, see ya." "Kat." She stopped and looked back at him. "Did I mention that I watched this place for a friend, and part of my job is to exercise the two horses, Sugar and Harper? They need to go for a ride, and it would really help me out to have another person come with me." "Really?" Horses were her weakness. Had she told him that? She tried to remember all the things she'd told him yesterday. Waving a hand in the air dismissively, he shrugged. "But if you have to work, you have to work." Turning away from her, he started up the steps. "You are wearing the perfect boots for it, though." Horses. She hadn't ridden since her grandfather had passed away. Defeated, she rushed after him. "Fine, show me the song, and then we'll take the horses for a short ride. But after that, I have to go." He waited for her to catch up, wearing a big, dopey grin. Pointing at him fiercely, she kept walking up the stairs. "But don't forget, you have a boyfriend," he filled in for her. At this point, she couldn't tell him that her boyfriend status had gotten even shakier. Nor would she need to. She and Stephen were going to be fine. They were. When she and Cam got to the top of the stairs, he held the door open for her. Just go around the corner there into the music room. The first thing that Kat noticed about this house was how light it was. There was a skylight overhead by the front door, and the room let in even more light with 2 windows. The wraparound deck was also all windows. Stopping, she stared out at the back of the house. The landscaping was a beautiful mixture of rock and grass that cascaded down the side of the property and ended in a little waterfall. Wow. Yeah. Cam stood next to her, following her gaze. Slowly, she took a few steps into the living room. You can look around if you want. I don't have the same rules about the big house. He looked weird. Something didn't feel right. They let you use the whole house? Looking away from her, he gestured to the outside. Yep, just treat it like my own. This was incredible. Most owners wanted the caretakers to stay out of the house as much as possible, except to have it cleaned and to check on it. Do they have another little house? She took a couple of more steps into the living room to look out at the property. Nope. Cam's hand was gently on her back. Come on, let me show you the song. Kat let him guide her down the hall, ignoring the way his touch affected her. The air was cool and fresh. The AC must have been on recently. The hallway wrapped around into the center of the house, leading to a large door painted reddish-brown. Cam pushed open the door, and Kat couldn't help but admire the light in here, too. This room took up one whole side of the house, and Kat could see the north-facing side of the property. There was a pool, hot tub, and corrals. The room itself, painted teal blue, was decorated with drawings of horses and guitars. It took her breath away. Putting her hand against her chest, she moved toward the windows like a moth drawn to a flame. This wasn't just someone's house. This room felt personal. Do you like it? His voice was husky and quiet. He'd followed her to the windows, but stood a bit back from her. For some strange reason, tears welled up in her eyes, and she shook her head and sniffed. It's incredible. Cam moved next to her, lightly touching her shoulder and gazing with her over the property. When I first saw the house, He broke off. Turning to him, she was confused at why he stopped talking. What? She pressed. Surprising her, he blinked and then turned back to the main room. I've always wanted a home like this. That's all. She scoffed. But you grew up living on a ranch, right? Grabbing a guitar, he sat on a piano bench. Yeah, but my home is nothing like this. My sister's done well with it, but it's an old ranch house. This is a home. He trailed off, looking past her to the windows. This is a home you could just sit in and never leave, you know? Sit in and enjoy the beauty all around you. Plus, it has horses. The side of his lip tugged up. Completely at ease, she moved closer to him and took a seat in one of the plush couches. There was no reason to, other than the fact that they were doing the stupid connecting thing again. The one where they felt the same thing at the same time. Exactly. Hesitating briefly, Cam held her gaze and strummed the guitar. It's called Pain and Fire. It shouldn't have impressed her that he was good. But he was. She thought he must be a deep tenor. His voice was like rich, smooth honey being poured over the distinctly country tune. Rapid fire, loose on the river, dumped in wet clothes. Can't see, can't breathe, must feel my way out of this reality. Then her lips, like fire on the water, so close, pain and fire. How do I tell her she's more beautiful to me than anything I've ever seen? Can't hold her, can't love her, because she's untouchable to me. The smell of her, the taste I can't get out of my mind, and I don't want to lose it. Like a storm rolling in, coming and going like the wind. You never promised more than you could give, but it wasn't enough, and it was more than anything. Pain and fire. By the end, Kat had tears streaming down her face. Stupid, traitorous tears. Miserably, she wiped at her face, hating the fact she knew the song was about her. Putting down the guitar, he kept his eyes locked with hers. You like it? What was changing inside of her, making little rips in her perfectly concocted life? She sniffed. I love it. Happiness spread through her chest. It was so good. He looked away and seemed uncomfortable. She laughed. You're embarrassed? She found this funny coming from this spunky, larger-than-life kind of guy. Turning back, he laughed. Am not. He stuck his tongue out as he stood. This made her laugh harder, but she quickly stopped. She knew how hard it was to work at something for so long and just want to share it with someone. Seriously, I liked it. Cam snorted. You're just saying that. No, I'm not. He let out a sigh. I do believe you. He motioned to the door. Come on, let's go for a ride. Chapter 16. It wouldn't suit Cam not to have a relationship with this woman, he decided as he watched her ride up ahead of him. Luckily, she'd worn the same boots from last night with a pair of jeans, so they hadn't had to worry about wardrobe. He admired her long blonde braid and thought of her sun-kissed face with its delightful smattering of freckles. He felt all of these wonderful feelings that had begun expanding yesterday. Which shouldn't happen. She had a boyfriend. Fake fiancé. Something like that, he reminded himself. And she had worn the fake ring today, he'd noticed. He should end things. After she left, he should never see her again. What had Sterling said yesterday? Cameron Cruz doesn't play backup. Yet here he was, and he was thinking about playing backup. Yes, he was a fighter, even though he hadn't felt like one lately. Coming here and hiding out had withered him. His sister was right. He wasn't meant to be a moody songwriter. He grinned, thinking about the song he'd written about Kat. Hey, she turned back. What are you grinning about? Kicking his heels lightly into Sugar's side, he caught up to her. Nothing. She matched his expression. Really? Because that didn't look like a nothing grin. Avoiding the question, he said, I can tell you've ridden before. You're a natural. Well, I didn't grow up on a ranch, but Grandpa had horses. He taught me to ride. Tell me about him. As they guided the horses into a slow walk along the outside of the ranch, a warm smile touched Kat's lips. He owned the guide shop, but he spent a lot of time with me when I came in the summers. We went rafting and riding, but... Well, I think what I miss the most about him is just being with him. He was big on spending time with me every day. Talking, laughing, dreaming. She paused. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Liking the fact that she was blushing, he waved a dismissive hand in the air. You're telling me because I'm your friend, Kat. Catching his eyes, she narrowed hers. Are you? He chuckled. Why, yes, I am. Breaking eye contact, she swept her gaze across the property. I just don't want you to think I can give you something I can't. Swallowing hard, Cam knew she was right. I don't want anything, he lied. She cocked an eyebrow. You don't? Pshaw, I wouldn't date if you begged. She laughed. Well, that's good. Tell me more about your grandfather, he pressed. She sighed. He was funny. So funny. We were always laughing. He loved country music. Yes? The Snake River, horses. He also loved thinking about how to solve the world's problems. He was very active in the community. Did you know that the guide shop donated 2 weeks every summer in prime money-making season to host Special Olympics kids? No. He was impressed. I didn't know that. She sighed. I think he's the whole reason I'm doing my dissertation on this project. Right. The dissertation. This thing that's taking all your time. Right. What is it? What do you mean? Come on, tell me what it's about. Giving him a serious look, she rapidly blinked. I cannot take teasing about this. Now he was really interested. Scout's honor. He held up 3 fingers. Right. Tell me, please. After waiting a couple of seconds, she nodded. Okay. I am getting my PhD in urban studies, he filled in for her. You listened? Of course. Okay. And I've been researching all these studies about what creates the greatest impact on inner-city kids. What single thing gets them out of poverty? She paused, waiting for him to guess. I'll bite. Tell me. Exposure. Okay. Seriously, it sounds silly, but there was one study done by this guy, and he found that simply taking this group of kids out of the ghetto for 1 day a month for 2 years made a huge difference. This whole group ended up graduating from high school and going to college. Later, when they were asked why, do you want to know what they all said in one form or other? What? Experiences. The trips to the museums, a ski trip, a trip to a ranch and riding horses, the theater. Doing things and seeing outside of the world they lived in gave them hope. The way her eyes lit up, Cam knew he was falling in love with this woman. I contend that nature is the #1 thing. Give kids opportunities to be in nature. Feel the river beneath you, the serenity, the calm, the whisper. It can be so holy. Go to a ranch and work with the horses for a while. It changes kids. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? I don't know, you just had this weird look. I like it. You do? Absolutely, it makes sense. She nodded. It does. That's what I tell Stephen, but he isn't 100% convinced. Cam's gut tightened. He didn't say anything. But he's still asking this professor for help with donors, she said quickly. Why isn't he convinced? He thinks I should focus on cultural events, not nature. Cam thought about the Junto group. I've read over 26 different studies done on how to help at-risk kids. This is what all my research is based on. I've pinpointed the activities that kids said had the most impact. What are you proposing? Starting a program in Denver, using 5 different determining factors to show which kids are most at risk, and then getting 30 students and taking them to nature. We would start with them in 9th grade and take them all the way to graduation. We'd go on some weekends and for most of the summer. The goal is to measure outcomes, to see if we can get the girls not to get pregnant and the boys not to join gangs. Ultimately, go to college, become productive citizens. How much funding do you need? She hesitated, then laughed. You're funny. How much? 100,000. He didn't respond. I know. It's crazy, right? I don't think it's crazy at all. She seemed embarrassed. Okay, let's talk about something else. Why? I don't know. It just feels like it's getting personal. He shook off the seriousness and laughed. Okay, let's talk about how all you can think about are those kisses from yesterday. A light laugh came out of her, followed by a mock smile. You wish. He didn't respond. She cleared her throat. So tell me about your dad. How are you dealing? He shrugged. I'm dealing fine. His voice had taken on a hard edge. You are? Turning to her, he saw something in her eyes. Noticing that she'd brought Harper to a stop, he nudged Sugar to come up alongside. What? Reaching out, she squeezed his hand. As your friend, I want you to know that it gets better. Every day, every week, month, and year. It's been 3 years since my grandfather passed, and it's been hard. He was my person. Nodding, Cam stared down at her hand. He liked this contact, but he focused on what she was saying. I do know, he sighed. It is getting easier. She pulled back her hand, kicking Harper's sides. Turning, she said, Come on, slowpoke. Tell me about your dad. Laughing, he caught up with her, and they fell into another slow trot. My dad and I worked side by side our whole lives. When I grew up, we bought franchises together. Little ones like pizza places, gas stations, and a bunch of other companies. So you're a businessman too? Her eyebrows went up. He sat up straighter. Don't I look like a businessman? Giving him a wistful glance, she grinned. Not really. Loving that she really thought he was just a songwriter, he grinned. Well, too bad, Katherine Foster. I happen to make money, too. Does this mean we can't be friends? Hey, she put a hand to her chest. This just means I won't feel bad when I charge you full price on a canoe trip and get full commission. He laughed. Yeah, don't ever let that trouble you. Tell me more. Relaxing, he tilted his head to the side. He had a strong work ethic. My dad told. He paused, then continued. Told this story about how he found a $20 bill when he was a kid walking down the street with some of his buddies. When he got home, he showed his dad, who told him he needed to take it back, that someone would be looking for that $20 bill. So he did. Honesty was ground into us. Hard work, honesty, trust. He ticked them off on his fingers. We would sit in his study at night and read the Bible. I told you my mother passed in childbirth, but Dad never remarried. The random do-gooder would try to fix him up, but he always said my mom had ruined him. Cam smiled, realizing how nice it felt to talk about his dad. He was a romantic. He believed in true love. He read the Bible and Shakespeare. He laughed. It sounds kind of weird, I guess. No, it doesn't, Kat said quickly. It sounds like there's a reason you're so poetic. Holding her eyes, once again Cam felt that warmth blossom in the center of his chest. And he was service-oriented. She blinked. What? My dad, he whispered. He cleared his throat, thinking how much his dad would have liked Kat. Growing up, my dad always had us helping adjacent ranches and the widows in our church. He'd donate our time to any cause we could get involved with. She grinned. That's cool. He nodded. It was. The desire to fund her project was growing stronger inside of him. The problem with being friends with Katherine Foster was that he did like her as a friend. At the same time, the more he got to know her, the more he wanted to know about her. He felt like a man that had been stuck in the desert. Now he needed water, wanted to drench himself with it, fill himself. He couldn't get enough of her. They fell into a relaxed silence as they took another loop of the ranch and headed back. She pointed to the Crew ranch. Who lives there? Oh. He searched Crew's property, grateful they hadn't run into him. Montana Crew. What? The country singer? Exasperated, he grinned. I thought you didn't have a television. How do you know about him? She flashed him a grin. Just because I don't watch the news or any junk news about people who think they're important doesn't mean I don't listen to country music. She winked at him. I can appreciate a good musician. I can appreciate you, after all. Kicking her heels into the horse, she took off in a run. Race you back. Immediately kicking his heels into Sugar, he took off after her, laughing. Cheater! He didn't even care if she won. He just liked how she'd winked at him. Chapter 17. Half an hour later, Cam had talked Kat into soaking in the hot tub, wearing one of his t-shirts and a pair of his shorts. She giggled, loving how warm and fuzzy she felt, loving how the sun was beginning to set in orange and red and pink glory. Cam slid into the hot tub next to her. She tried not to notice his six-pack, or how he was so close their shoulders were touching. Still, she found herself scooting away from him a bit. He grinned. What? Biting his lip, he shook his head. You just act like I have cooties or something. I just like my space. Another lazy grin washed over his face. Promise I won't bite. I know you won't bite. The words came out before she could stop them. Because we're just friends, right? She was saying it more to reassure herself, and to keep the lure of his fresh laundry scent at bay. A laugh escaped him. You seem kind of worried about it, Kat. Her head jerked up to face him. I'm not worried about it. But he did unnerve her, not to mention the fact that Stephen had told her he needed to think about things. Something didn't feel right, and she wasn't sure if it was her or if she was plugged into something going on with Stephen. Leaning his head back, he closed his eyes. There's a term in football. Right, I forgot you're a football guy. He lifted his hand, holding up 4 fingers. I played all 4 years in high school. Something to put on your resume. Immediately, he laughed, but he caught some water from the hot tub and snorted it up. All that snorting and laughing made him cough even harder. Not realizing she was this funny, she grinned. You like that joke? His blue eyes sparkled, and Kat felt her stomach flip-flop. He got a hold of himself and leaned back. Yeah, I like it. I got more. She gave him a splash. What were you saying? In football, they have a first-string quarterback and a second-string quarterback. You must have played quarterback. You're bossy enough. Hesitating for a second, he grinned. Yes. He held up a hand. My freshman year in high school, I was second string. The coach kept telling me to try for another position. He thought I would be a great running back, but I wouldn't budge because I knew that first-string quarterback was my position. Okay. She had no idea what he was trying to say. When he turned to face her, his lip twitched, and she could see the dimple in his left cheek. I can't believe I'm willing to give up the position I want to be your friend, but I think I might be. If he could only be in her life and be her friend. He still wanted that. Her heart rate kicked up. I don't understand. Slowly, he reached up and moved the hair out of her eyes. I'll take the position you give me. This was insane. Okay, you got first-string friend. The position is yours. He was close. Kissable close. How had he managed to get so close when she'd purposefully moved away from him? His lip twitched up. I might even consider second-string boyfriend. It was undeniable. She wanted to kiss him. There was an unstoppable chemistry between them. She really wanted to, but her mind was whirling with confusion. I can't. Cam grinned and pulled his hand up. Like I said, I'll take whatever position you give me, even if I don't prefer it. He let out a breath. And I'm not used to that. How had he done that? Gotten her to that point and then backed off. Her heart was racing. Then she looked down at her bubbling clothes and began to giggle at this whole insane thing. He glanced at her. Why are you giggling over there? She relaxed another notch and let herself slide deeper in, pushing down the undulating t-shirt and shorts. I look like a sumo wrestler. Looking at her poofy shorts, he grinned, slipping into the water deeper. This feels good. It does feel good. He closed his eyes and she watched him, liking that she could look at him without him looking at her. His beard did look a lot better all trimmed up, not to mention how nice his face was. He had high cheekbones and dark, bushy eyebrows that matched his beard. And those eyes. A flutter went through her, and she closed her own eyes. Aren't you going to get in trouble for using the house like this? He hesitated before answering. Nope, the owner told me to just be responsible. Must be nice. Yeah, it is. It was nice to just talk to him about normal stuff, not be all intense. But she couldn't stop herself from telling him who she really was. I met Stephen when I was in the psych ward. For a moment, he looked confused, then sat up straighter in the hot tub. What? Averting her eyes, she focused on the water bubbling through her fingers. You wanted details. I do. My first semester in London, I was alone. I didn't know if I could handle the pressure. I didn't have anyone to talk to. Things have always been distant with my parents. She shrugged. I was weak. I broke. That's where I met Stephen. He helped me. He was doing psych rounds at the hospital I was in. Cam didn't say anything. It was a relief to tell him the truth. Eventually, she looked up at him. Cam blinked, and she saw what appeared to be compassion. His brow creased. "I'm glad he was there to help you." This had not been the reaction she thought she'd get, but she hadn't even known she would tell Cam. The heaviness in her chest dissipated, and she blinked. "Thank you." Comfortable silence circled them. She closed her eyes and took in a long breath. "I like having a first-string friend." He gave a soft smile. "How did Stephen help you?" "I don't understand." "Specifically, how did he help you?" "Oh." She thought about those months he visited her every day. "He listened. He helped me understand tactics for dealing with people." "Like wearing fake rings?" She let out a light laugh. "Kind of, I guess. Sometimes you have to protect yourself from possible pain." What?" "Nothing, I just think that every relationship could have pain. I don't know how you protect yourself without shutting yourself off." Out of the blue, Kat was struck with an epiphany. Neither of them spoke for a moment. "Are you okay, Kat?" "Yes, you're right, I do shut myself off. I hadn't realized that." She looked at him, his face flushed from the heat. "That's how I cope." He nodded. "We all do. I have since my dad." He trailed off. Understanding filled her. Then she had to ask, "So what do you do about the pain when you're not fake engaged to a psychologist?" A tiny smile played at Cam's lips. "You go to God." Nodding, she felt peace spread through her. For a moment, they both stared into each other's eyes. She blinked and looked away, staring at the sunset. "It's so peaceful and gorgeous out here. You probably never want to leave this view." "It is beautiful." When she turned to look at him, he was looking at her. He cocked an eyebrow at her. "And I don't mean the sunset." Her insides went gooey and she hated it. How could he get under her skin like this? She decided she would change the subject. "Tell me, where do you get the inspiration to write?" After a few seconds, he seemed to consider the question, tilting his head. "Various places, experiences, people." "Do you have other songs?" He grinned. "Yep." "Will you sing another one for me?" "Nope." She splashed him. "Yes." Laughing, he splashed her back. "No." "Why?" "Because." He sighed and leaned back, closing his eyes again. "Call me a one-hit wonder." She didn't understand why he was being so weird about this. "What, do you need some compliments?" "I like your voice. I like your style. I want to hear another song." He opened one eye. "Say it again." His voice was raspy. Shaking her head, she smiled. "That's what you wanted, isn't it?" He sat up. "No, but I like it." With a flick of his fingers, he splattered her with water. "Come on, Kat. Tell me again how wonderful I am." She rolled her eyes. "Never mind, I never want to hear another song out of your mouth." This made him laugh. Fine, I'll sing another song. This song was written for my first love. The one that left you at the altar." The words were out before she could stop them. Giving her a pointed look, he nodded. "Thank you for reminding me." She laughed, happier than she'd been in a long time. He grinned and started to sing. Closing her eyes, she loved the deep tenor of his voice. He only got a few verses in when they heard a loud chime from within the house. Cam easily hopped out of the hot tub and picked up a towel, rushing for the sliding glass door. "I ordered pizza. Be right back." She grinned to herself, tracking him with her eyes. Okay, Kat didn't normally consider herself a follow the guy with her eyes kind of girl, but she couldn't deny she'd noticed his muscles. He was ripped. The odd thing was that he actually had a brain, too. Yes, she realized that thought was petty, but in her circles there weren't guys this good-looking. there were guys that were handsome, fun, sophisticated. Her mind flashed to Stephen. She should probably call him tonight, but after their previous conversation, she didn't want to. Did he want space? Would she be bugging him? Turning away, she chastised herself. What was she doing here with Cam? Could they really be friends? Just as she rose out of the hot tub, he came back holding waters and napkins in one hand and the pizza in the other. Oh no, sit. Let's relax. Automatically, she sat. Cam settled in, slinging open the pizza and handing her a bottle of water. I've been calling in pizza once or twice a week for about a month now, and last week I found this place. I think you'll like it. He held a piece out to her. She accepted it and took a bite. It was good. She closed her eyes and sat back into the hot tub, hating herself for loving this moment so much. He nudged her, and before she even opened her eyes, she knew he was close to her. When she did open her eyes, she saw the sun had gone down, and there was barely a whisper of light left. He grinned at her. She couldn't stop herself from grinning back, feeling his shoulder against hers. It's good, right? It was a magical moment. He stared down at her, and they were within kissing distance. She nodded and swiftly took another bite of pizza. Best I've had. Satisfied, he leaned back. Good. They both ate in contented silence. After a couple of minutes of staring intently at each other, she frowned. Cam, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but do I know you from somewhere? Have we met before? He didn't answer right away. Cam? He raised his eyebrows. I'd remember a face as beautiful as yours. The compliment caught her off guard. Whatever. Slowly, he pushed a strand of wet hair out of her face. I mean it. I would have. Every part of her wanted him to kiss her, but she knew that was wrong. Slowly, she put down her pizza and stood, stepping quickly out and reaching for the towel. Hey! Cam followed her, drying himself off. I need to go, Cam. Why? Staring back at him, she felt tortured. Because I have to. With that, she took off to the sliding door. I'll see myself out. Chapter 18. Cam heard the front door shut. He'd lost all appetite for the pizza, so he shoved the box over to the table. Every second of the afternoon passed through his mind with crystal clear clarity. Every little laugh, everything she had said, every time they'd been locked in some crazy kind of love gaze. He liked that she'd confided in him. It made him feel grateful, trusted, guilty. She didn't know who he really was. Not really. Not the real him. The one that owned this house. The one that played professional football. Maybe that was the part he liked about her the most. She didn't know that version of him, but she liked him anyway. His heart plunged down to his gut. Ugh. Cupping his hands, he pulled water onto his face, trying to clear his head. Deep down, he knew this was wrong. All of it. What was he thinking? He was not who he said he was. It unnerved him that he cared about her this much. It unnerved him that she'd allowed him to see the vulnerable side of her. An uneasy feeling tugged at him. Maybe it was exactly like his sister had said. Maybe he didn't like women that long, because he could put them back on the shelf whenever he wanted. He'd always been in control of the relationship. This relationship was far different. Unfortunately, it wasn't even a real relationship. Sucking in a breath, he wondered what he should do. He leaned out of the hot tub and grabbed his phone, locating his sister's number and pressing call. She answered on the second ring. It's about time you called me first. Grinning, he ignored her. I have a situation. Are you in jail? What? Because if you're in jail, you need to call one of those fancy attorneys you can hire because you probably deserve it. She sighed. Man, I should have seen the warning signs. I'm calling you from my cell phone, he protested. Obviously, I'm not in jail. A soft laugh sounded through the phone. Whatever. Of course they would let you use your own cell phone. You're Cameron Cruz, beloved quarterback. That's the problem. What problem? He decided just to dig into the problem. I met this girl on a canoeing trip, and I like her, but she doesn't know who I am. Has she been living under a rock? He grinned, thinking about how Kat looked with her big, black-rimmed glasses on. She never watches the news. Alicia snorted. She was a news fiend. Mostly it was real news, not the junk news about him and other celebrities, but she did keep tabs on him. So tell her. He sighed. It's complicated. Why? She has a boyfriend. Oh. He sighed again. But she's so amazing. Oh, dear. You have the same tone you used to use when you would bore me for hours talking about Karen. Do I? Yes. What are you going to do? That's why I called my older, wiser sister. He gave a half smile, knowing she loved it when she had a license to be bossy. Tell me about her. So he spent the next 20 minutes telling her about Kat. He told her about the canoe trip, saving her life and kissing her. He talked about her grandfather and her project to help inner-city kids. More on the boyfriend, she said when he finished. Why does she love him? He hesitated. He helped her out during a hard time in her life. That's good. Yeah. Where is he now? He's teaching at CU in Boulder until next week. Letting out a soft sigh, Alicia tisked. Cam, it sounds like you might want to leave this one alone. He sighed, knowing in the pit of his stomach that she was right. I know. You do? Yeah, I like her too much to hurt her. She laughed. Who are you and what have you done with my brother? He laughed too. I don't know. After a few moments of quiet, he changed the subject. Hey, I wrote a song. You did? She sounded delighted. I did. Sing it. No. Come on, little bro, I've heard you sing 1,000,000 times. Not for a long time. She paused. That's true, not for a long time. Sing it for me, she demanded. He grinned. Honestly, he wanted to sing it for her. All right. So he began to sing, and chills washed over him. After he finished, Alicia didn't say anything. Sis, you're making me nervous. Then he heard her sniffle. I'm sorry, it was really good. The chills from before intensified. Don't stop seeing this girl. What? Any woman that can make you write a song like that is worth fighting for. By the time he got out of the hot tub, every part of him was pruned. He left the mess and went straight to his room, peeling off the suit and taking a quick shower. Then he put on pajama bottoms and fell into bed. To him, it didn't matter she had left. All that mattered was that she'd been here for as long as she had. Plus, he had tomorrow morning to look forward to. He smiled as he set his phone alarm, even though he knew he would be hating life in the morning. Chapter 19. It was almost midnight. Kat's phone buzzed. Finally. Kat had been trying to get a hold of Stephen for the last 2 hours. Hey. Hey. The center of her gut tightened. What's up? She tried to keep her voice light. Nothing. What's up with you? I've just been researching online, and guess what I found? He didn't sound that interested. My grandfather's ranch. It's for sale again. She let out an excited laugh. Can you believe it? His lack of enthusiasm disappointed her. So, where have you been? Out. He sounded mad. Stephen? Did you kiss the guy again? His words were slurred. Her brow furrowed. Have you been drinking? Stephen didn't drink much, so it wasn't usually an issue between them. He was too worried about how he looked to the professors around him, and he tried to keep his drinking social. Maybe. Stephen, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong with me, but I'm not the one who's been calling all night. He seemed to be sobering up. You're being rude, he scoffed. Cat, grow up. Grow up? You just have these unrealistic expectations. I might agree with your mother. Her heart thundered up into her throat, and she felt like crying again. He knew bringing up her issues with her mother would rile her up. Now you're just being mean. You've put me off sexually for a long, long time. I wonder if it's because of your mommy and daddy issues. Maybe a fear of intimacy altogether. His voice had turned clinical. He had hit below the belt. Go to hell. A tear slipped down her cheek. A low laugh came out of him. That's it. You're sabotaging everything because of your fear of intimacy. She took a long breath. Stop it. All her fears and insecurities bubbled to the surface. You're being idiotic. We've known each other a long time. I don't understand why you cling to this notion of some sacred thing your grandfather taught you about waiting until marriage. It's archaic. They'd had this fight before. Fine. Fine what? Then don't come. There's no funding. His voice was quiet. What? I spoke to Talbot tonight. It didn't work out. She was speechless. Was he just saying there was no funding to hurt her? Katherine, we have so much we could give to the world, to academia, to publishing. We could impact generations with our ideas. But you want to help delinquents. She didn't even know what to say. More tears fell down her cheeks. After a long pause, he said, Maybe your mother was right. You've always believed in fairy tales. It's over, Stephen. She pressed end. Every part of her was alert and awake, and she bolted out of bed trembling. She steadied herself against her dresser. Overwhelming sadness washed over her. Was he right? Was she living in a fairy tale? When Kat showed up for her tour Saturday morning, she wasn't sure if it would be a single canoe trip or a family she would be taking down the river. To her surprise, the only person waiting for her had a ball cap, sunglasses, and a not-so-shaggy-anymore beard. Part of her heart delighted to see him, but the other part, the frail, recently broken part, didn't want to be within 10 feet of him. Were things really over with Stephen? She had a headache, a numb pounding behind her right eye from all the crying. She was a wreck, but she pushed the conflicting emotions away. She had to be strong. Cam was just another client. This was no big deal. Of course, he came right over to the van and reached in to grab the canoe. They locked eyes and sized each other up. He grinned. The smug smile on his face made her want to both slug him and kiss him. She definitely wasn't doing the latter. He got an easy grip on the canoe and yanked it out in one motion. I'll be down at the river. He moved away. How could he do this to her? Make her feel all these feelings all at once? It wasn't fair. Taking the life jackets and the paddles, she went to the river and faced him. You need to leave. I'm not doing this with you today. He put his hands up. Listen, I just want another trip down the river. You didn't know I was the one guiding this trip? She asked incredulously. No, he said way too quickly. Liar. He threw up his hands. Fine, I might have booked it because I knew you'd be giving the tour, but... He sighed. I didn't know you would be hanging out with me last night, too." She threw him a life jacket and then put on her own. This time, she didn't have to waste time with all the safety precautions because she knew he knew them. They simply hopped into the canoe and started on their way. "Don't talk to me today." She did need the money. That was how she rationalized not turning him away. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Cam asked nonchalantly 5 minutes later. "I told you not to talk to me." "But you're my guide. Shouldn't you at least be polite?" He pointed at her. "Anyway, why are you being so weird?" "I'm not," she said quickly. "Yes, you are." She sighed. "I think we should just enjoy the scenery this morning." So that's what they did for the next half hour. They took in the view and silently maneuvered the canoe down the river. Kat thought about how seamlessly they worked together. They anticipated each other's moves and easily compensated or put the oar down for drag when they needed to. This time with Cam was peaceful. Kat knew he was trying not to look at her, but he wasn't putting out any weird vibes or anything. Then he did something that changed the moment. He started singing his song, the song he'd written she knew about her. As he sang, he didn't look at her, but she could feel the passion and the energy coming off of him. All of the feelings he sang about had opened up in her without her realizing it, especially the attraction. That was a huge one. She tried to ignore the way she would catch whiffs of the cologne he wore. It was almost like she could sense how close he was, how close he wanted to be. Memories of dancing with him filled her mind. She thought of the small dimple in his left cheek when he smiled. She might not have noticed the dimple with his beard, but she'd been around him enough in the last couple of days to see it. She thought about Stephen, about what he'd said the night before. Were they really over? She pressed her hand above her eye, trying to press out the pain behind it. Could it really be over so quickly? "Kat, are you paying attention?" The tone of his voice startled her out of her thoughts, and she saw the cliff-like part of the rapids coming up. "Drag left," she shouted as she thrust in her oar and tried to drag them to the easier part of the rapids, the part that guides usually took their tours on. Cam obeyed, and with his added force, they maneuvered to the easier side of the river, coasting down. Her adrenaline had spiked, and now she couldn't stop the relieved laughter that escaped her. Cam was laughing too. He took his oar and splashed at her. "Admit it, my song put a spell on you." She laughed and splashed him back. "Oh, back to the magic thing, are we?" "Of course," he said solemnly. She hesitated, then asked, "Do you think I live in a dream world?" He frowned. "Why would you ask that?" Letting out a breath, she shook her head. "My mother told me that a few days ago. Then Stephen told me that last night. Actually, they both told me to quit believing in fairy tales." He took her hand. "I think you're more real than any woman I've ever met." Even though she knew he was being nice, she felt the sincerity in his voice. "Thanks." She tugged back her hand, uncertain of everything at the moment. "I wouldn't lie to you." Cocking his head to the side, he pulled off his sunglasses to clean them on his t-shirt. "Have you forgotten I saved your life, Foster?" The reference to her last name made her laugh. "You make it sound like we're on a sports team together." Hesitating for a second, he put back on his glasses. "Maybe it's because you wear that ridiculous storm hat." She hadn't even thought about her hat. It was just what she wore for protection while going down the river. "Right. Football again?" "Hey, it's always football." But he frowned, evaluating her. "Are you okay?" She shoved away her emotion. Touching the hat, she pulled it tighter onto her head. "Sorry, I'm not the cheerleader type. I can't always be happy." He let out a slow breath. "I don't like the cheerleader type." She lifted her eyebrows pointedly. "Got something to say, Cruz?" "Nope." For a few moments, neither of them said anything. "So Stephen thinks you live in a fairy tale?" "It doesn't matter." Cam rolled his eyes. You brought him up, so I'm asking some questions. You can ask. Doesn't mean I have to answer. You said that he's going back to London next semester. So? She couldn't stop herself from answering. But you're not going with him. I can't talk about this right now. Why doesn't he stay with you in Denver? Why should he? Because you're together? He trailed off. She didn't appreciate his tone. I mean it. I'm not talking about it. Pausing for a second, he exhaled loudly. Maybe it's easy to be with someone who's not in the same geographic vicinity. After a couple of seconds of glaring at him, she shook her head, trying to cover the fact that he'd hit on a nerve. Just shut up. Sorry. He put both of his hands up. But the chord he'd struck was still playing loudly in her mind. It had been kind of a fear of hers. This is rich coming from you. He shrugged. If I found the right woman, I wouldn't leave her side. She glared at him, but he held her gaze. What's wrong with you today? For a few minutes, she didn't answer, just turned away and paddled both sides of the canoe to get her aggression out. Leaning forward, he reached out to stop her, but froze when he noticed that tears were already forming. What's wrong? I don't want to tell you. He sighed and cocked an eyebrow. Stephen and I are over. Cam looked away. If someone thinks you're living in a fairy tale, I think it's okay to break up. Pulling in a long breath, she shook her head. It's fine, I'm sorry. His lips were turned down. More tears fell down her cheeks. I can't believe he said that to me. I'd told him my mom told me that a few days ago. That was low. Yes, it was. Cam sighed. But I guess he had cause because I did kiss you. Cam tilted his head to the side. But you did tell him. They got to the company van that was always left for the tour, and he helped her maneuver over to it. When they got out of the river, Cam picked up the canoe and helped her get it all in the van. Kat was embarrassed and ashamed and totally confused. She went to the front of the van and stared at the river. Thoughts of her grandfather came to her mind. For some stupid reason, she thought of how much he would have liked a guy like Cam. A man's kind of man, he would have said. She smiled. So, Cam stood next to her, surveying the river. What do you have on tap for the rest of the day? She turned to him. I told you I can't do this. What? Closing her eyes for a second, she shook her head. I just need to go. Okay, he agreed. But she didn't move. He didn't move either. They both stared at the river, watching the mesmerizing currents flow on. The river's addicting, isn't it? Cam asked. This surprised her coming from him. Yeah, actually it is. His eyes swept up and down the river. He bent and picked up a rock, checking it and skipping it once. She bent, picked up a rock, and threw it in. It got 4 skips. Ah, and she's competitive? Cam bent for another rock. Before she knew it, they were taking turns seeing how many skips they could get. Cam was terrible at it. The most he got was 2 skips. Finally, she reached for a rock and held it out to him. Take it. He gingerly took it. She picked up another. You have to turn it onto its side so it's flat. He obeyed. She went in front of him. You're throwing it like you throw a football. She made a ball-throwing motion. Cocking an eyebrow, he grinned. Okay. You need to take it to the side and turn it like this. She demonstrated the motion. It's more like you're throwing a baseball slider. Holding his arm to the side, he looked her up and down. How do you know how to throw a baseball slider? For dramatics, she spit to the side. I pitched Little League baseball until 5th grade. No. He acted shocked. Silly pride filled her. Oh yeah. My mom hated it, but I loved it. She shrugged. Eventually, my mom went out. She put me in an all-girls school that didn't have sports. That's sad. He glanced at her. "Oh, well, that's life, right? We just try to survive our childhoods." Cam gently took her hand and squeezed. "Yeah, but that still sucks." Warmth filled her. She looked at their hands and hated and loved how they felt together. Quickly, he let go and turned back to the river, throwing a rock and getting 4 skips. "Yes!" He fist-pumped his arm. She laughed. It felt good to laugh. He turned and put out his fist. Fist bump. Obliging him, she found it strange that even though they were just bumping knuckles, there was electricity between them. Gesturing to the van, she said, "We better get back." They rode in silence for a few minutes before he asked, "Do you want to stop for breakfast? My treat? I should thank you for not almost getting us killed today." "Shut it." She grinned, hating that she found his sarcasm funny. "So that's a yes?" "I have to get to work." But she looked over and found him on her phone. "Hey!" She tried to grab for it, but he held it out of reach. She pulled into the starting point next to his truck. He typed on her phone. "What are you doing?" she asked, not trying to reach for it. "Putting my number into your phone. You know, just in case you get bored and need someone to hang out with." Then she heard the noise that her phone made when it sent a text. This time she reached for it and got it. "Who did you just text?" He grinned. "Duh, me. So now I have your number too." The turn for her grandfather's ranch was up ahead. She could see the "for sale" sign. After hanging up with Stephen last night, she told herself he was right. Her idea was stupid and far-fetched. But Kat knew this was a mistake, but she couldn't stop herself. She gave the van a hard turn and pressed on the gas. Slamming back into the seat, Cam laughed. "I guess we're going somewhere?" She flashed him a grin, anticipation stirring. "I want to show you something." Chapter 20. Cam glanced over at Kat as they took the 5-minute drive to her grandfather's ranch. He saw the tire swing out front, and the little garden and the old horse stalls. The ranch house was small, but there were a lot of outbuildings. He considered it more than a stroke of good fortune that she and Stephen had broken up. Granted, he wouldn't say that to her, but there was a part of him that just wanted to get on with things between them. He knew he wanted her, and the fact she was available made the desire grow stronger. But, he told himself, he would be patient. She needed time to sort things out. Right now, she seemed to have forgotten about Stephen. "The place is run down, but I couldn't believe it when I looked online last night and saw it for sale." A stir of excitement filled him. "It's for sale?" She grinned and her eyes turned to the other car in the driveway. Maybe it's being shown." A silver-haired man wearing a white shirt and dark dress pants got out of the car. Cam thought Kat was right. This must be a realtor. A determined look took over her face. "I want to try to buy this place for my project. I know it's a long shot, but I'm going to try to get the funding through a grant I've been working on. It's a grant I saw a while back. I think it would work." She turned to him, and he could feel her excitement. "I want this place to be the place that the kids come to in the summer." He grinned back, though it was a little tentative. While he wanted this to work out for her, he didn't want to be recognized. As they got out of the car, the realtor turned to them. "Can I help you guys?" Cam feigned a call, putting his phone up to his ear. "Hey," he turned to Kat. "I gotta take this. It's my sister. I'll meet you guys in a sec." She nodded and introduced herself to the realtor. Holding the phone to his ear, Cam moved a bit down the driveway and pretended to talk. He watched her. She was glowing, looking around, softly touching the outer edge of the front door while the realtor was letting her in. Turning back and catching his eye, her grin widened into a silly smile and she gave him a thumbs up. Excitement stirred through him and he gave her a thumbs up back. He imagined that she was feeling pretty nostalgic at the moment, thinking about her grandfather. Every part of Cam felt alive. It felt like he'd been led to this moment with her. Being with her made him want to be better, to reach out and help people. Not that he'd never helped people, but she was giving him a vision he could share. Her plan to help at-risk kids through nature was becoming his vision. He could see a group coming here, going out to the horses and riding on this property. The river ran next to them, flowing close to another rope that hung from a tree. All sorts of thoughts and ideas went through his mind. Before now, he'd been a boat without a rudder, without a guide. With Kat, suddenly his life felt like it could have a meaningful purpose. On impulse, he called his own realtor. "It's always a great day to talk to Cameron Cruz. What's up, my man?" An image of his realtor, Jenner Parker, flashed into Cam's mind. Of course Jenner would think it was a good day to talk to Cam. He'd done well from the commission on the house Cam recently bought. Jenner was a fair and decent guy, and Cam liked him. "Hey, Jenner, I'm wondering about a listing." "Aren't you happy with your house?" "Yes, this listing would be kind of an investment." "Lay it on me." Cam rattled off the address. "Oh, yeah. Man, this place is in foreclosure. It's at a rock-bottom price. A place like this in Jackson will be snatched up fast at this price. Want me to put in a bid?" "No, not yet." First, he needed to tell Kat who he was. He needed to have things a certain way before he offered something like this. They chatted for a few more minutes about the property and all the wear and tear. Cam noticed the silver-haired realtor come out of the house. The realtor looked up at him and gave him an easy wave and smile as he got into his car. Cam waved back, wondering why he was leaving. Jenner cleared his throat. "Cam, now that I'm looking closer, this place might be a money pit. I think that's why it hasn't sold. There's a bunch of unstable buildings that would need to be brought up to code. Would you still be interested?" Cam moved toward the house. He hesitated, then made a command decision. "Make an offer on it." "Are you serious?" "I want it." With each second, he wanted it more and more. For her. For him. For them. He didn't care that this whole thing between him and Kat was messy. All he knew was how he felt about her wasn't messy. "All right, buddy, I'll put it in." "Thanks." He pressed end and moved toward the steps, taking them two at a time. Walking into the house, he smelled the dust and rot of a place left unattended. What he hadn't been expecting was to see the furniture still there, covered with sheets of white cloth. "Kat?" Cam called out. No answer. He wandered through the hallway to a large living area. He looked around, wondering where she was. "Kat!" he said in a louder voice. Nothing. When he got to the kitchen door, he looked out the window. There she was, on the tire swing, leaning back with her eyes closed and one leg kicked up. For a second, he was breathless. She looked younger, like the weight of stress and heartache had been lifted off her shoulders. Her skin almost glowed in the sun. Weaving his way through the back door and down the deck, he slowly walked towards her. She was a magnet he couldn't stay away from. "Hey," she said as he got closer, and she righted herself. He stepped behind her and gave her a push. "Whoa," she laughed. It was that delicious, happy laugh that he loved to hear. "Why'd the realtor take off?" he asked as he kept pushing. She sighed and leaned back, closing her eyes again. "Man, this brings back so many memories." She cleared her throat. "I told him to leave because I just—" Her voice broke. He took hold of the swing, pulling it to a stop. He couldn't see her face, but he could hear her sniffling. Lightly, he put a hand on her head, and she leaned into it for a second. Then she unwrapped herself from the swing. She stood on the thick grass, pulled off her storm hat, and threw the sunglasses and hat to the side. She kicked off her shoes and moved a bit away from him, standing barefoot on the grass. She started spinning in circles, eyes closed. "I remember being a child and doing this," she sniffed. "I remember coming here and being bored out of my mind. No friends around, nothing to distract me." She stopped spinning and fell into a heap onto the grass, laughing and flinging herself back. "Isn't it funny I was bored? Bored. I mean, for heaven's sake. Can you imagine being bored at this point in your life? Slowly, he moved to her. Yeah. Her eyes flashed open briefly. I guess this is more of me living in a fairy tale. His heart beat erratically. She was so beautiful, so vulnerable. He sat down on the grass. Sometimes fairy tales come true. She let out a ripple laugh. Right. On impulse, he lay down on the grass too, but he positioned himself so only their heads touched. Oh, she reached back and touched his hat with her hand and pulled it off. Hey. Loving the feel of her hand in his hair, he sank deeper into the grass and stared up at the sky. Hey. She stopped, but kept her hand in his hair. You didn't know you'd get the drama of heartbreak and the drama of childhood issues all in the same week. Reaching up, he took her hand into his. I like drama. She laughed. Right. But she didn't pull away. Cam? Yes? Thanks. For what? Just being here. He didn't speak for a moment, wanting to say something that wouldn't sound cheesy. He settled for saying, I want to be here. She sighed, and they both stayed that way for a long time, heads together, holding hands. I shouldn't be holding your hand. Why? I just broke up with my boyfriend. But I've been second-string boyfriend. This made her laugh. You told me first-string friend. He grinned and moved into position beside her, taking her hand again. Kat stared into his eyes, then looked at his lips. He wanted to kiss her. I feel weird. I don't. This made her laugh. So you're good with second string? Screwing up his face, he tilted his head to the side and couldn't resist the urge to reach out and lightly touch her chin. Maybe I'm vying for a new position. He wanted to tell her who he was. Just say it. But now didn't seem like the right time. He could hear the pounding of his blood rushing through his ears. Dang, he wanted to kiss her. Why did the realtor leave? He told me the price of the house right now. Oh? It's in foreclosure for $15 million. It didn't feel appropriate to tell her he already knew that. I see. Letting go of his hand, she let out a breath. It's going to be tricky finding that much grant money. She scoffed. It is the government. The space issue. She looked confused. Rich people have more space. She nodded. I didn't think about it, but you're exactly right. I guess I should look somewhere else for property. I'll help you, he offered. Instantly, her eyes filled with tears. You will? I will. She blinked and let out a light laugh. Great. She stared at his lips. Do you want to kiss me? The question took him off guard, especially combined with the intense way she was looking at him. Do you want me to kiss you? Her lip turned up. I think so, but I don't want you to think I'm that kind of girl. What kind of girl is that? All he could think about was the freshness of her tan, the perfect gold of her hair, the way she was like the sun to him, bright and happy. He put his hand on her hip and pulled her to him. The kind that goes from guy to guy? I don't. He leaned in, and when she put her lips to his, it was surreal. He felt like he was watching a movie. He breathed in the scent of her strawberry lip gloss and the grass. She giggled. He pulled back, smiling. You like that, Foster? But she pulled him back to her, their lips meeting again, and it was just like when he'd first kissed her, after she'd almost drowned. Passion exploded inside of him. She left a trail of kisses over his face. His breathing was heavy, and he felt her breath against his cheek. Kat, I have to tell you something, he murmured between kisses. She kept kissing him, distracting him. He laughed and held her tighter, not wanting this to end. Kat, I mean it. Pulling back, she smiled and propped herself onto one elbow. Okay, cowboy, shoot. Propping himself up to match her, he found his mouth going dry. He looked at her messed-up hair and vulnerable face, and he didn't know what to say. She frowned. Are you worried I'm on the rebound? Because I probably am. Staring at her vulnerable green eyes, every part of him wanted to protect her. He didn't want to ruin what they were only beginning. I'm okay being a rebound. She laughed. Just shut up and make out with me. Chapter 21. Kat sat in her sunroom trying to get something written. The process was slow, so very slow. She kept thinking about how Cam's lips felt on hers, and she giggled at the memory. It had been like a teenager makeout session. She'd only had that kind once before. It had happened during a summer visit to Jackson Hole. She had met this incredibly hot older river guide. He was a college student. Back then, her grandfather still owned the place, and all the guys were warned to stay away from her. There had been an instant attraction between them, and he'd even been all charisma with her grandfather, too. It had only been a summer fling, but Kat smiled as she thought of how obsessed she'd been with that college boy. At the time, she'd found him so sophisticated and lovely and hot. Her mind flashed back to Cam. He was also amazingly hot. The feel of his abs through his shirt sent her into another daydream of kissing him again. She stood. This was ridiculous. She wasn't 16, and she'd barely broken up with her boyfriend. Stephen. He'd left 3 texts demanding she call him. There were 4 voicemails she hadn't checked. Forget him. Bringing her parents into everything had been his biggest mistake. How had she ever thought they were compatible? She was startled from her thoughts when her phone buzzed. Thinking it was Steve, she ignored it, but it kept buzzing. Finally, she answered it. Hello, is this Katherine Foster? Yes. It's Earl, the realtor from earlier today. Right. She'd given him her number before he'd left, telling him she wanted updates on the house. That had been before she'd decided she'd have to find a different house. He chuckled. I can't believe it, but it makes sense after I thought about it. What? There's been an offer for the house. Oh. Her heart sank, even though she'd already known it was a possibility. I think it was from that friend of yours. This confused her. I don't understand. From Cameron Cruz, he said. His tone made it sound like she should totally get it. Did you meet Cam? She thought she remembered Cam leaving without introducing himself to the realtor. The realtor laughed again. Why didn't you tell me he was that football player? Kat was stunned. Football. The storm hat. His athletic build. It hit her like a bolt of lightning. She remembered seeing a stupid billboard with Cam's face on it. The billboard image of his real, grinning face framed by blonde hair and a football helmet pounded into her mind. Right. Yes, my friend. The liar. Well, he's put in an offer for the property. You probably already knew. No, I didn't know. Oh. She could only imagine what the realtor thought their relationship was. You didn't. Kat could feel herself shaking. I gotta go. Bolting out of her chair, she almost knocked her computer off of her lap. Her heart raced and every part of her was on edge. Leaving all of her things, she busted out of the sunroom and rushed out of the house, taking care to lock the sliding door. Cameron Cruz. Cameron Cruz. The big faker. Stopping, she tried to suck in breaths and get herself under control. He'd acted like a poor songwriter. Well, okay, not poor necessarily. He had said that he and his dad had businesses together. She scoffed. I'm sure you do have businesses. Sucking in a breath, she paced around the deck. The afternoon sun warmed her face. Closing her eyes, She soaked it in. She felt like a fool. Now that she knew who Cam was, she sifted through her mind, putting it all together. He probably thought she was such an idiot because she didn't recognize him. The beard made sense. The bushy way his hair looked. Honestly, he'd done a great job not being Cameron Cruz. Plus, the ball cap and sunglasses helped. He definitely hadn't looked like his media self. Shaking her head, she dropped it into her hand and laughed. Only she, a completely anti-football, totally in her own head, academic-obsessed, never watching the media kind of person, would not recognize him after all the hours they'd spent together. She focused on the view off of her balcony. The only question on her mind was, why? Why hadn't he told her? She thought of earlier at the ranch. He'd said, "I have to tell you something." Was that it? Or did he even plan on telling her? Was she just some summer fling to him? Kat made a decision. She trudged back into the sunroom and opened her computer, Googling Cameron Cruz. Picture after picture of him in football gear or parading around with a supermodel on his arm appeared. Scrolling through them, she wondered how many of them he'd, quote, put back on the shelf. How many? Her heart plummeted. Did she mean anything to him? Thinking about every interaction with Cam, the only thing she was left with was more confusion. She would find out. Tonight. Chapter 22. Cam left the Junto meeting feeling even more alive. The group had discussed a few projects that they thought would be worthy of developing. Kat's project was one of them. But when would he tell her? A nervous happiness coursed through him. He felt so different with Kat in his life, a better version of himself. He stopped by his house and grabbed his guitar, then went to his favorite Chinese place and got more things than he could possibly eat by himself. He drove to the house she was taking care of and pulled to the side of the road in front of the main house. Whipping out his phone, he texted her, "Do you like Chinese?" Less than 30 seconds later, she responded, "Why?" He'd already pulled into the little driveway by the cottage and parked next to her red Volkswagen Bug. He got out and rushed to her door, then texted back, "Because I'm at your doorstep with Chinese." Almost immediately, he heard a sliding door close and looked over to the big house. She dashed across the large deck and down the steps. Her hair was piled on top of her head with some type of claw thing, and wisps of it hung down around her face. She wore black yoga pants with a long white sweater that fell halfway off her shoulder. He was struck by how beautiful she could look without doing any work. She had on the black-rimmed librarian glasses again, but she quickly tugged them off. He grinned at her. "Hey." Her eyes narrowed and she looked suspicious. "Hey." "What?" Pausing for a second, the little space between her eyebrows furrowed. "I don't know. What?" Unsure if she was acting weird or if she was still on the heels of her breakup, he shrugged it off. "Dinner?" "Seriously?" She threw up a hand in question. "Do you want some or not?" "Chinese? It's 8 o'clock at night." "But have you eaten?" "No." She relented. A small smile played her lips. It was all the encouragement he needed. He reached out and tugged her to him, gently kissing her. Perfect. Melting into him, she kissed him back. Tentative at first, but then with more passion. Dropping the bag of Chinese onto the driveway, he pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. She giggled through the kiss, but he didn't stop, trailing kisses to her jawline. "Man, I've missed you." More giggling. "You haven't been out with some other woman?" Grinning, liking that she was joking, he kept brushing his lips to hers. "Nope." Pushing her hands into his hair, she pulled him closer. "Chinese food is just empty calories." Keeping his lips to hers, he whispered, Perfect. We can go get dessert later. Abruptly, she stopped kissing him, peering into his eyes. Tell me, why are you here? To hang out. I think I could write more music if you're with me. She hesitated. He took another kiss. And to make sure you don't starve. She rolled her eyes, pulling away. I have to work. I'm sure there's someone else you could go make out with. He was confused. What? He released her. She cocked an eyebrow. You said your sister says you put the toys back on the shelf fast. This was ridiculous. Well, you're not a toy. Looking caught, the side of her lip curled up. I'm not. Trying to lighten the mood, he spoke quickly. Look, I know you need to work, but I think it would just help to have you nearby. I think it would stimulate the creative juices. He pointed at her. It'd help you too. Music has been proven to help when writing dissertations, he said matter-of-factly. Really? She gave him a disbelieving look. He held firm. I swear I read that in Forbes last year. You read Forbes. I told you, I'm a businessman too. He could tell she was on the cusp of relenting, so he gave her a puppy dog look, the one his sister said got him anything. Please, you'd be giving a songwriter inspiration. She held his gaze. Is that all you are? A songwriter? It was a pointed question, but for some reason he didn't want to deal with the intensity she was throwing at him. No, that's not all I am. Let's see. I'm a collector of rare coins. I'm a popsicle lover. I'm afraid of snakes. She laughed. A popsicle lover? Yep. You're silly, you know that? I've been called worse. He kept the puppy dog look in place. She looked him up and down. Nervous energy flashed through him. It felt like she was a teacher trying to decide whether to give him a hall pass or not. What are you doing? She cocked an eyebrow. I'm trying to decide why you keep coming around. He grinned. Because I like you. As some kind of fling? Worry pulsed through him. Why would you say that? One shoulder lifted. I don't know. He pulled her back in. You're not a fling. Kat let out a breath and moved toward the house. So we're just not labeling this. She pointed between them. Picking up the Chinese food and following her, he nodded, liking the sound of that. Yeah, let's just be whatever we are. No labels. She let slip an exasperated giggle and shook her head. She motioned for him to follow her to the big house. I work in the sunroom. It's this way. He followed her, noticing the pricey upgrades on the deck, including a stone outdoor kitchen and fireplace. This place is nice. Before she opened the sliding doors, she whipped back and shook her finger at him. It is nice, so don't break anything. He wanted to laugh. The way she said it made him feel like a kid. I can't promise anything. A slow smile played on her lips. I'm sure you can pay to fix it. He didn't know if there was an underlying meaning to her words, so he only shrugged. Fine, I'll pay for it if I do. But... He hesitated. What? They stared at each other for a few seconds, and he brushed his lips to hers for a second. She batted him away. The cameras. He flashed her a grin. When I'm around you, I have to admit I want to just mess up your perfect life. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and he couldn't decide if all the blood whooshing in his ears and making him feel totally off his game was a good thing or a bad thing. She laughed and turned to punch some buttons into a keypad. You have no idea how messy my life really is. Tell me. He held his breath. He really wanted to know more about her. Everything, to be exact. She scoffed. I think a man like you probably doesn't have a problem getting dates. You can skip the drama. He didn't know what had happened, but Kat seemed different tonight. I don't know what you're getting at. Giving him an unbelieving look, she finally shook her head. I guess nothing. I guess not. She finished punching buttons. Trying to focus on something else, he looked around. I thought they had cameras. Are you going to get in trouble? Pushing the door all the way back and holding it for him, she shook her head. I just disabled it all, so the cameras are off. Nice. He stepped in, glancing at the kitchen and the framed cabin-style main room that looked brand new. How old is this home? She locked the door behind him and moved down the hallway, past the front door area he'd scoped out the day before. As he followed her, she explained. It was built last year. The people who own it are some bazillionaires that live back east somewhere. I just deal with the management company mostly. She flashed a grin. But it's a great job. They walked into a large sunroom. It was more of a greenhouse, really. Cam noticed the dome-like quality to the room and the plethora of scents that assaulted him. Earthy, with hints of pine, roses, and lilacs. Since it was dark, there were floor lights, but the walls were made of glass, and the evening sky shone through the ceiling. Kat flipped off the floor lights, and it was completely dark. I love this room. Cam gazed up at the stars. Wow. Flipping back on the soft floor lights, she gestured to a long silver table that looked like some type of gardening center. She had her laptop there, and stools surrounded it. He set the food down, noticing some wicker furniture with cushions in the main part of the room, as well as shelves of books on one of the walls. This is a cool room. Kat sat on a stool and pushed her computer and some books to the side, taking the sack of food and pulling out the plates. This is my favorite room. I think if I were part of the Bazillionaire Club, I would have a room exactly like this. I love how warm it is during the day. She nodded to the wall of books that went clear up to the ceiling, complete with a wall ladder that looked like it belonged in an old-fashioned library. I'd have books, too. Actually, even more books than that. She grinned. He grinned back and helped pull out the food. I can imagine you'd have to have a mini library. His heart pounded with his secret, that he was one of those bazillionaires already. He really wanted to tell her who he was, but he was afraid it would change things between them too much. What they had felt personal, simple, and fragile. Whatever was between them was like a tiny flower that had just blossomed. It had to be coddled and loved with the right amount of light and food to keep growing. Too quickly it could be stomped out. Kat opened up the cartons and he gave each of them bottles of water and napkins. Turning, he saw her staring at him. What? What would you do if you were part of the Bazillionaire Club? The question felt like it had an underlying agenda. He shrugged. I don't know. You don't? Her voice took on a hard edge. He frowned and shrugged. I guess I'd like toys. This stopped her. Just toys, not homes, cars, trucks. The air between them was suddenly thick with tension. His mouth went dry. Should he just tell her? Should he? He didn't know what she would do, and fear of that unknown held him back. He looked away and busied himself by taking the noodles and dishing some onto her plate. You want some? She stopped him, putting a hand over his. What, Cam? Tell her, his mind screamed. All he could think about was her warm hand on his. Kids. Yanking her hand back, she gave him a stunned look. What? What in the crap was he saying? He moved away and sucked in a breath, but pushed on. Kids. Lots of them. If I was a bazillionaire, I'd have kids and a big house and horses and be like my sister. He sighed. We'd travel and play and hang out at the beach a lot. Her cheeks reddened. How many kids? Laughing, he went back to the food. I don't know. How many do you want? Her head twitched back and forth, and she put a hand up to stop it. Like a baker's dozen. What? He did a double take. She laughed, flashing him a wicked grin. Well, if I was a bazillionaire's wife, you know. Was she serious? A baker's dozen. He frowned, then couldn't believe he was actually considering that for her. Looking flabbergasted, she shook her head. Right. Hey, why not 2 dozen? He couldn't believe it. He flashed her a grin. Sure, I guess. She let out a light laugh. Are you kidding? She put her hands up. Heck no. She took off her glasses and set them on the computer. Thank you. This is really good. She kept a teasing grin in place. He felt absurdly satisfied that he was feeding her, but he didn't know if she was teasing him or not, so he tried to focus on something else. He looked up. Man, this really is quite a room. Pointing up, she drew a line in the air. Orion's belt is right there. Tilting his head, he saw it. He pointed up. And there are his dogs. He drew another line. She laughed. I guess you know your astronomy. He shrugged. My dad loved the stars. We'd go out to the desert in the summers to bring back the cows and sleep under the stars. My dad taught me all kinds of things about them. Gazing up, she got quiet. My grandfather did too. They both looked up, not speaking for a few minutes. Eventually, Cam put his plate down and picked up his guitar, moving for the furniture. Let's work in here. But I'm set up over here, she argued. He shrugged and sat on the wicker furniture, trying not to press her. Okay. Making himself relax, he strummed the guitar and leaned back into the couch, closing his eyes. He tuned it for a few minutes, then tried out a different arrangement that he hadn't quite been able to nail down earlier in the day. He got lost in the music. There was no more disconnect between the music and his fingers. They were one. He felt that perfect connection, that flow. He kept his eyes closed and hummed out a few lines of a tune that had been circling inside his brain since the night before, when he'd been looking at her in the hot tub. Just being near you feels like home. Who would have known that this unlikely friendship would have turned out so? The question came forward like the rush of a crushing wave. I can't get you out of my mind. You're always there no matter what. It doesn't matter what you say we are. You'll always be more to me. Before he knew what had happened, she was next to him on the couch. Not too close, but if he were so inclined, he could reach out and hold her hand. He didn't, though. She wore a sad look again. He put his guitar on the other side of him. What's wrong, Kat? She didn't respond right away. Then she glanced up at him, shrugging. Why are you here with me? Her voice was quiet. Taking a chance, he took her hand into his. Can't I just be here with you? She sighed, looking frustrated. Is there no one else, Cam? Leaning back into the couch, he got comfortable. I broke up with a girl a few months ago. He couldn't believe he was telling her this. I thought she was pretty cool, but when my dad passed away, she acted like it was an inconvenience for her. Her biggest concern was that she had to buy a new black dress and get her hair done. Kat reached for his hand. I'm sorry. He sighed. I told her she didn't need to worry about that black dress because it was over. Surprisingly, he felt calm at this moment. Completely calm. She squeezed his hand again. I guess all of us need a friend sometimes. He turned to her. Kat, I'm not going to lie anymore. I think I do want to label this. He felt her go perfectly still, but she didn't pull away. What's wrong? Nothing. She grinned. Taking a chance, he pushed himself closer to her. We don't have to label it right now, okay? She stared up at him. Are you Prince Charming, Cam? This unnerved him. What? I guess if I live in a fairy tale, then I need a prince. She gave him the same teasing smile from earlier. Unable to stop himself, he answered as truthfully as he could. I've known I wanted to be with you since I met you. So if you want me to be a prince, that's what I'll be. Chapter 23. Cam woke the next morning and didn't even look at the clock. He jumped out of bed and put on his running shoes, loving how amazing the possibilities of the day before him felt. Last night had gone well. He'd been proud of his restraint. He hadn't pressured her at all. Maybe it sounded ridiculous, but not pressuring her had been a big feat for him, because he knew he was already in love with her. He also knew she had to catch up in the love department. Sprinting down the lane, he watched the sun come up. This was how he liked his running time. Early, with the rising sun. The past few months, he hadn't managed to get out of bed. Right now, at this exact moment, everything felt easy, light, and happy. He'd left Kat last night with just a few kisses. He wanted to go slow with her, let her fall in love with him at her own pace. At the same time, he'd marry her tomorrow if she was ready. First, there was something he had to do. Tell her who he was. Finishing his run, he made a quick protein shake and then went for the bathroom, stopping to grab his phone. He hesitated in front of the bathroom mirror, realizing that today was the day he would shave. He took his shirt off and lathered up the shaving cream. Yes, it was time. Time to be the real Cameron Cruz. Maybe it would make it easier to tell her the truth. Before he could pick up the razor, his phone buzzed. It would be a lie to say that sticky, sweet happiness didn't rush through him when he saw it was a text from her. "Hey, cowboy, want to go for a drive?" Quickly, he texted back, "Yes." "I'm here." Running down the hall, he got to the front door and flung it open. Her smiling face stared back at him. She wore the Denver storm hat and sunglasses and hiking clothes. Pulling off her shades, she looked him up and down, the side of her lip twitching up. "You're shaving today." Her eyes rested on his chest, slowly moving up to his face. Pointing at her, he went into a full flex. "I caught you checking me out." Laughing, she shook her head and rolled her eyes. "You wish." On impulse, he reached out and pulled her into a hug. "I could rub the shaving cream on your face." Pushing away from his face, she giggled. She held up a little bag. "Let me go, and I'll give you a present." Letting her go, he reached for the small bag. "I brought you a bagel. I thought it only fair that I try to feed you sometimes." Turning back to her, he noticed she was blushing. She'd brought something for him. She was thinking of him. If he'd been happy this morning, now he felt on top of the world. He tried controlling his excitement. "Thank you." He reached for her hand. To his delight, she took his. "You're welcome." She giggled, looking at his face. "Could you shower quickly? We need to go." Of course, he wouldn't refuse a chance to hang out with her, especially when she'd initiated it. "You got it." He took off for the shower. "Make yourself comfortable." Even though he was squished, Cam liked being in Kat's little red Volkswagen Bug. She'd insisted on driving. They had the windows down, and he put his head out, loving the smell of ranch land. "Where are you taking me?" "Back to the property." They drove another 10 minutes, listening to country music on full blast and singing along together. Cam looked at her hair flying, listening to her sing for the first time. She did it just like she did everything else, beautifully, and he wondered again how long he'd have to wait to really be with her. He had ended up not shaving. Staring into the little side mirror on Kat's car, he marveled at how different he really did feel with a beard, how different he felt in Jackson and with Kat. It was like he'd hopped universes and ended up in a completely different life. It was a life he really liked. Chapter 24. Kat wanted him to admit who he was. Last night, she'd lain in bed, staring into the dark at the ceiling, completely unsettled, confused. Finally, she'd decided she wanted a relationship with Cam, but she needed the truth. Chapter 25. Even thinking about being with Cam made her smile. It made her tiptoes tingle with anticipation. But she needed honesty between them. She was tired of not facing the truth. They pulled up to the house, and she looked at the sign that said, "Under contract." Oh my gosh, someone's trying to buy it? Cam acted surprised by this. Oh, wow. Kat got out and Cam followed her. Heading for the house, Kat walked up the stairs and hesitated on the porch, turning and going to the side of the house where the tire swing was. She thought of kissing him the other day. I really want this house. I don't want it sold to someone else. He put his hand inside of hers. I know you do. Turning to him, she searched his eyes. I guess I can't believe it sold so quickly. I don't even know what other properties to look at. Tell me, she thought. His head jerked, and he nodded and wiped his mouth with his other hand. It's crazy, right? Right. He sighed. I'm sorry. Leaning forward, his lips brushed hers. Fire. Goosebumps rushed over her arms. She soaked in the smell of his soap and let herself stay close to him, loving the way his facial hair tickled her. Slipping his arms around her waist, he turned her to him and pulled her closer, then deepened the kiss. Every part of Kat wanted to drink him in. Dang it. Even though she'd tried to not let this mean anything, she couldn't deny the attraction burning through her. This man was beyond handsome. But why didn't he tell her? Pulling back, she held her hands on his chest. Is this real, Cam? He was breathless. It's real, Kat. Dang it, tell her. But before she could demand it, she heard a car pull into the driveway. Kat turned and saw Stephen get out of a cab. His eyes locked with hers, and she recognized shock and anger in them. Pulling away from Cam, she moved off the porch and stepped toward him. Anger bubbled inside of her. Stephen glared at her as the cab pulled away, charging over to her. He gave her a brusque nod, pushing back his glasses. Katherine? She didn't respond. Stephen wore jeans and loafers and a tweed jacket. He looked like the professor he was. He looked strange here, out of context, like a kid seeing their teacher outside of school. What are you doing here? She finally managed to ask. I went to your cottage and couldn't find you, so I took a chance and came here. Why are you here? Shrugging, he took a tentative step toward her. It's not over, Katherine. She held up her hand. Yes, it is. Glancing from Cam and then back to her, he lifted his shoulder at Cam. Because of this guy? Is this that river rafting guy? Irritation coursed through her. No. Yes. I mean, it's over because I said it's over. Kat flashed Cam a look, then turned back to Stephen. Please go. Stephen looked uncertain, but he pulled a little black box out of his pocket and opened it. A diamond stared back at her, the same princess-cut diamond she'd told him she wanted. Without warning, he dropped to his knee. Katherine, I've been stupid. I know that now. I'm sorry. I want this. I want our life. I realized you make me better. You're the woman I want. She didn't speak, completely surprised. What? She turned and glanced back at Cam. Wait. Stephen stood and took a step toward Cam. Are you Cameron Cruz, the quarterback for the Denver Storm? Cam reached for Kat's hand. Kat, I need to talk to you. Stephen stepped closer, pushing Cam in the shoulder. Get away from her. You're that womanizing football player everyone's looking for. Cam reacted to the push by pushing back. Don't touch me. Kat moved between them. Stop. You've dumped me for him? Do you even know how many women he's dated? Stephen accused. You better shut your face if you know what's good for you. Cam's voice was low, but Kat could feel his threat pulse through her gut. For a moment, all the women she'd seen in her Google search when she'd put Cam's name in flashed into her mind. Is that what she'd been? Just another woman? Another toy? Is that why he hadn't told her? Katherine, I can see that you've been taken advantage of. Let's go back to your cottage and talk about it. I'm warning you, shut up. Cam put his hand gently on Kat's arm. Kat, let's go talk. He tried to pull her away. Now that the truth was out, it felt like a lie. Like it had all been a lie. Everything whirled through her mind and she felt unsteady. Don't touch me. Chapter 26. Cam stood there, unsure of when he'd started shaking, trembling. His mouth had gone dry and his palms were sweaty. It was one of those moments when a man looks at his life and wonders how it had worked out this way. How had it all blown apart? All he could think about was that Stephen had used his line, the line about her making him a better man. No. Dang it, no. That was the thought that had been going through his mind. That was what he was going to say when he told her he loved her. Anger coursed through him like the power of a lightning bolt. Cam couldn't find his voice. He was held captive by Kat's gaze, which held for a long time, before she looked down at the ring. Stephen's eyes flitted toward Cam. Why are you here? He touched Kat's forearm. Did you know that he is Cameron Cruz? Kat kept staring at the ring. I know, she said with irritation. Cam noted that she was pale and still hadn't looked at him. You knew? He asked. Kat finally turned to him, her eyes sad. I knew. His heart rate kicked up a notch. When? He demanded. She shrugged. My realtor told me you made an offer on the place. Blindsided. This blitz play had come out of nowhere and his defenses were down. He'd been sacked by the other team and hadn't even seen it coming. Now his ears were ringing and he felt out of sorts. Oh. What did that mean? He looked between her and Stephen. What play had he ended up in? It all seemed frozen. Stephen still held the ring out, and Kat hadn't said yes or no, but she was giving Cam a pathetic look, and he felt pathetic. Cam gestured to the ring, unable to walk away. So what's the answer, Kat? Kat turned to him. I don't know, Cam. What do you think the answer should be? He let out a derisive laugh. Are you kidding me? She stuck her chin stubbornly into the air. I haven't been kidding you the whole time, but you've sure been lying to me. Stephen shot up a hand. Wait, what is going on? Shut up, he and Kat said in perfect unison. Cam would have laughed at this scene if it had been some romantic comedy, but it wasn't a scene in a movie. It was his life. He could feel the life he'd been dreaming about the past few days slipping through his fingers. Like the blades of grass after being cut on a football field. They still looked fresh and green, but they were completely lifeless. No, his mind shouted at him. Don't do it, Kat. He wanted to scream. He wanted to pull his caveman move, a running back move, pick her up and run away. There was just one little hitch. There was no play to be made. The ball was hers. She had to make a play. She had to go on offense or defense. It was her choice. Why didn't you just tell me, Cam? Tears were suddenly streaming down her face. Cam felt put on the spot. Tell you? He asked incredulously. Yes, tell me. Why didn't you tell me who you are? All the reasons felt jumbled in his head. Why? Cam threw up his hands. I don't know. Stephen took her hand. Don't trust him. He lied to you. Let's get you back to the cottage. He eyed Cam with the kind of distaste one might have if they went to their trash cans in the middle of the night and found a skunk. I was worried someone might try to take advantage of you, Kat. Kat looked confused. She let Stephen lead her. Wait. Cam moved to push Stephen out of the way. But Kat put up her hand. Please, let us go. Chapter 27. Kat sat at the cottage's kitchen table, staring at Stephen through the kitchen window. He'd had to take a call, and he'd gone outside saying he didn't want to disturb her. It felt like she was in shock, like she'd experienced some kind of trauma. Her thoughts felt slow and sticky. At the same time, they were going 1,000,000 miles an hour. What was she doing sitting here? Her hands felt like cold lumps on the table. The ring was still in the box in front of her. The ring she'd wanted for so long. The hurt and angry look on Cam's face had been awful. She'd felt like a little kid again when Stephen had driven her back to the cottage, like a little kid that had her mother's will imposed on her. It had felt the exact same as every summer when her mother had sent a car to pick her up at the airport and drive her home to her house in L.A. She'd felt powerless. Stephen came in, tucking his phone into his professor pocket on his tweed jacket. Without meaning to, she compared him to Cam. He was shorter and less built. His facial features looked completely bland compared to Cam's beard and piercing eyes. Cam had chiseled features. Stephen's were muted. At this moment, she didn't even know why she'd been the least bit attracted to him. Then she remembered. The first time he'd taken her hand at the hospital. He'd grounded her. Suddenly she laughed, out of the blue. Stephen grinned and placed his hands over hers. What, sweetheart? She shook her head. I was so vulnerable. He frowned and pulled his hands back. What? At the hospital when we met, I was so vulnerable. The center of his forehead wrinkled. Yes, you were. But we worked through it. Together. She knew life didn't give people second chances most of the time, but she had one. She had that second chance to get answers. Why are you really here, Stephen? What? Why are you here? Because I want to marry you. No, you don't. I don't. He pushed his glasses further back on his nose. Then why would I be here? He asked in that oh-so-professor way. I don't know. Fear, maybe. I was just as convenient for you as you were for me. He gave her the look that he'd given her a lot. It was a look of suffering patience. The kind of look one would give a child when they explained a math problem over and over, but the child wasn't getting it. Kat, I love you. I want to marry you. No, you don't. He pointed to the table. Then why did I bring you a ring? She sighed. I don't know. He leaned back and opened the inside of his jacket, producing 2 plane tickets. The whole reason I took that extra teaching job this summer is so I could surprise you with this. Hesitantly, she looked at the tickets. Everything started falling into place. Vegas and then Paris? His grin widened with satisfaction. I've hedged on the date because I wanted it to be a surprise. I know you don't want a big wedding, so I thought we could go to Vegas. We could get married and then go straight to Paris for the honeymoon. The ticket is open-ended. We can stay the rest of the summer and be back for your last year at CU. Professor Talbot said I could have a spot in the language department if I wanted." He sighed and moved to her, gently taking her hand into his. "We can be together. We can have everything. I'll help you finish your project and put it into place. I want you." Her heart had picked up speed. He'd done this, all of this, for her? But... His hand was warm and he squeezed hers. "Marry me, Katherine." She didn't say anything, but all the old feelings rushed back into her. All the memories of being with him last year in London, of him taking care of her, of how safe she felt with him. Stephen brushed his lips over hers. "I don't care about what happened with that Neanderthal. I can tell you're confused. I know you're still young. It's natural to be confused, but I love you." On autopilot, she nodded, unable to work out the life that had been going on here with Cam. It had felt like a dream. It had been a lie. With Stephen, it was imperfect, but it was real. Brushing her hair out of the way, he kissed her cheek and then down her neck. It was so familiar, what she'd been waiting for. "Come on, Kat. Say you'll marry me." Cam had lied to her. About everything. All she could think of was how he'd said he used women as toys. Why would she be any different to him? How could she fit into his life? Did he even want that? Why hadn't he told her? "I'll marry you," she breathed out. Chapter 28. Cam stared at the cottage, knowing Stephen was in there. Everything between him and Kat was in there too. He banged on the door. He didn't have to wait long until Stephen answered. The sly grin on his face made Cam want to bash his head. "Hello, Mr. Cruz." Of course this is the way this guy would speak, like he was getting ready to meet the Queen at any moment. "I need to see Kat," he said, sounding every bit like the caveman he was. Kat appeared. "I need to talk to him, Stephen." Stephen lifted both brows and gave Kat an innocent smile. "Of course you do, Katherine." He pronounced her name like he owned it, and then disappeared into the cottage. "I'll be back here." Cam thought he saw irritation flick over Kat's features. Then she nodded and stepped out, closing the door behind her. When she pulled the door back, Cam saw the ring. The real ring. "You shaved?" Cam touched his face, unable to believe she'd really admitted she'd noticed. He shrugged. "Still checking me out, Foster?" he asked in a teasing, albeit controlled whisper. What he really wanted to do was grab her and rip that ring off her finger and throw it into the woods behind the cottage to never be found again. After that, he wanted to pound a fist into that conniving, manipulating, nerdy professor only a couple feet away from him. Yes, that would be very satisfying. Kat's lip twitched up. "You look more like your real self." Her voice had a hard edge to it. "Why didn't you tell me you knew who I was?" he accused. She crossed her arms. "I tried." "When?" She pointed at him. "Practically every conversation we've had since I found out." Cam stared at her, thinking about how intense she had been. "Oh, when you were upset about losing your boyfriend and I was trying to..." "Trying to what, Cam?" she snapped. He narrowed his eyes at her. "What did you think I was doing, Kat?" She shrugged. "I have no idea. The realtor said the offer was in the day we first saw it." He sighed. "I was buying it for you." She hesitated. "Why would you do that?" "Because you wanted it." "That's insane." "Billionaire, remember? Lots of space we don't need." This slowed her down. She shook her head, looking hurt. You lied to me about everything. Oh, I lied to you? Wanting to explode, he glared at her and nodded to her ring. So that's it. She crossed her arms. What's it? You kiss me like that. We fall in love, then you go back to your fake fiancé? She pursed her lips. My real fiancé. Hearing the word sent Cam into a tailspin. You can't be serious, Kat. The look she seared into him took him by surprise. No, I can't figure it out, Cam. I told you everything. I trusted you. But you couldn't even tell me your job. Decoy, he spat out. What? You had a decoy ring claiming you didn't want to worry about attracting all that attention. Right. He shrugged. You should understand that, Kat. I didn't want to be me. I didn't want to do the dog and pony show. I wanted to grieve. I wanted to be alone in my grief. Yeah, my sister was right. I wanted to hide. So I grew out my hair and I wore a beard. I had a decoy life for a while. So I had a fake ring, and you had a fake life, she accused him. Everything about us was fake, right? Even with me? He was so angry and furious at the moment. Didn't she get it? A laugh jerked out of him. Don't you see Stephen is manipulating you? Don't you see how you act around him? Like a child. Her eyes widened. Then she pulled in a long breath and crossed her arms. Seriously, you're talking to me about manipulating? Shaking his head, he let out a long breath. Kat, listen. When I met you, I didn't want to hide anymore. I wanted to live again. He let out a strangled laugh. And when you didn't know who I was, it was even better. Dang it, Kat, I admit it. I liked not being me. I liked not being that me, the one that had to perform for the media all the time. I know most people would say, boo-hoo, poor little rich football player. You got the dream. Your life is so hard. But I just had to be real again. I had to find out who that guy was again. After I met you, I felt like I was finally finding me. A tear fell down her cheek. I get why you couldn't tell the media. But if I was so important to you, I don't get why you couldn't tell me. He felt his own tears surfacing. He grabbed her and pulled her into him. I wanted to. Their breath mixed. You were so beautiful and infuriating. You want to save the world. And when Stephen said all that today, it ticked me off because that's how I feel. She didn't move. When Stephen said what? You have made me better. Just knowing you. Just seeing the world how you see it. It's changed me. I want that life with you, Kat. For a moment, she didn't respond, and he bent down, brushing his lips to hers. He had to have another moment, another second. But then he couldn't stop himself from pulling her closer, demanding more, desperation pouring through him. Stop. Kat pushed him back, letting out a breath. I told him yes. I told him I would marry him. Cam wanted to laugh out loud. Go tell him no. Tears fell down her cheeks. I can't. Don't you see, Cam? None of this was real. It was all just a fairy tale. He felt wild and like he could practice tackle drills all day. No! She shook her head and backed away. I'm sorry. Then the pit of his gut slammed to his feet. Kat, please. She looked at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. My mother was right. He was right. I can't live like that. She put a hand on the door. Wait, I lied. Turning back, she frowned. What? He shrugged. I said I could be anything you wanted. I said I could play first-string friend or second-string boyfriend. He wiped his face and shook his head. But I can't. Goodbye, Kat. Chapter 29. A week later, Cam brushed out his horse's coat, moving as if through a fog. His sister Alicia walked into the barn. You're up early. So? He hated the edge of tension in his voice when he spoke to her, but he couldn't stop it. This was how it was. His sister and the boys had been there for 3 days, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pretend to feel happy. He didn't feel it. This girl really messed you up, Cam. Alicia had been trying to get the whole story out of him, and he'd reluctantly given it to her piece by horrible piece. But he'd been unable to do much else except put on a nice uncle face for his nephews. "Why don't you go talk to her?" Alicia suggested. After one final stroke, he turned and stalked to the windowsill, putting her brush down. "Did you not hear the story? She went to Vegas and got married." "Right." His sister stood next to him, twirling her fingers. "Why are you doing that?" "What are you talking about?" "You always do that finger thing when you're fussing over me." "Do not." "Do too." He let out a long breath. "Say what you want to say and go." "I went into the guide shop." He didn't respond. "I went to the guide shop you said her grandfather used to own." "Why would you do that?" Alicia moved over to the window and picked up Sugar's brush. She moved to Sugar and began stroking her. "Because I'm concerned about my brother." Hating the fact he was intrigued, he couldn't help but move to her. "And?" She said nothing but continued brushing. Cam stood across from his sister. They were twins, but they looked nothing alike. Where he was a large brunette, his sister was blonde and petite. Some thought because of her build that she was fragile, but Cam always loved how she was as tough as nails. A ranch girl through and through. She could hunt and drive cattle with the best of them. "Alicia." Her eyes flashed up at him, and she grinned. "I spoke with Jet." Cam wasn't impressed. "Okay." "Well, I guess Jet always had a kind of a thing for her. He was also very interested when I told him who you were." "You didn't." Cam had always found it endearing how his sister bragged about him all the time. She'd done it since he'd been in Little League. She used to go around the school reciting all the plays of his games to any teacher that would listen. Her bangs fluffed up a bit as she shook her head. She grinned wider. "I did. He was happy to tell me that Kat had come in and quit 3 days ago." "But she left last week." Alicia wagged a finger at him. "See, little brother, these are the details that too often you miss. You see, she didn't leave. In fact, according to Jet, she broke things off with the infamous professor." His heart thudded inside his chest. "What?" "She went back to Boulder." "Without the professor?" Alicia nodded. "According to this Jet, who I need you to sign this football for, by the way." She stopped brushing and went to her bag, opening it and handing him a football and a black permanent marker. Laughing, he took the football and pen. "Hey, you never want to use your fame to get what you want, but I don't mind using your fame to get you what you want." He signed the ball and handed it back. "So it's over with her and Steven." According to Jet, Kat never told any of them about the real engagement. She just told them it had ended with Steven. He couldn't believe this. Why had she done it? Why hadn't she called him? Texted, sent a passenger pigeon for all he cared. Done something. Alicia grinned at him. "So what are you going to do, bro?" He put his hands up. "Maybe she doesn't want me." Alicia laughed. "Oh, I think she does want you." "Did Jet say that?" "No." "Then how do you know?" Alicia watched him for a second before throwing back her head and laughing. "Oh, dear. Brother, you are in way over your head." "How do you know?" She moved to him and put a soft hand to his shaved cheek. Her brow furrowed. "Because you're Cameron Cruz." "She doesn't care." His sister kept her gaze fierce. "Exactly. She fell in love with the real you. She even knew about who you were, and she fell in love with the famous you too." She nodded. "Go to her." "I can't. Even if she didn't marry him, she didn't call me." "Go." "What, fly to Denver and beg her to have me?" Alicia laughed. Dad always told you that true love would knock you on your butt, remember? Alicia was right. Cam nodded, feeling more certain. Suddenly, swept away by hope, he grabbed his sister, picked her up, and swung her around. She giggled. I still got it, even if I don't spell them. He put her down and kissed her forehead. You've always been magic to me. Thank you. Chapter 30. Kat looked around her small apartment in Boulder. It was packed up. She turned to the open box she'd put aside to store all of Stephen's stuff that she'd found, or just things that reminded her of him that she didn't want anymore. It had been hard, but she was proud of herself. She'd told Stephen to take a hike. He'd been shocked and mortified. He'd left that night, and she'd cried. It felt like all she'd done this past week was cry. But she didn't call Cam. This whole love triangle was messed up. She needed time to sort through her feelings. So she'd done the only thing she could do. She left Jackson Hole. At every turn, there were too many reminders of him, of them together. She had done a lot of soul-searching this past week. The one thing she knew was that she'd made the right choice saying goodbye to Stephen. Her phone rang. It was her mother. Already regretting her decision to go to L.A. for the rest of the summer, Kat reluctantly answered it. Hello. Katherine? Hi. I guess you'll be on your way. She didn't want to, but she had nowhere else to go. I'll be leaving in just a minute. Good. Sweetie, I have something to tell you. What? I got a call last week from a realtor telling me there was a buyer, some famous football player or something. So I agreed, but after thinking more about what you said about using your grandfather's ranch to help those children, I decided not to sell it. I thought it was sold a long time ago. No. You're the one that was in foreclosure? I was, but I'm not now. I'd let it go because I didn't care, but I care now. Kat didn't know what to say. Warmth filled her. You do? I want you to have it. She couldn't even speak. Kat, I'm sorry. I haven't been there for you. I've been so stupid. I thought about everything you said, and I hope it can be a start. For us. Before she knew it, she was crying. I'd really like that, Mom. So I can come up and help you get it started next summer. Are you serious? Her mother laughed. You know, I think this might have been part of your grandfather's plan the whole time, to get me back up there. Thank you, Mom. I love you, honey. I'll see you soon. I love you too. Kat got off the phone. The emotion stuck in her throat. She closed her eyes and began praying. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Opening her eyes, she stood, feeling completely energized. She wanted to call Cam. She wanted to tell him. But a worry had been nagging at her. What if she'd missed her chance? After coming back to Boulder, she'd gone to Professor Talbot. He'd told her that Stephen had gone back to London. Then he mentioned that Stephen had been forced to leave due to the sexual harassment charges that had been filed against him from a student. Hearing that information had actually made Kat feel more sane than she had in a long, long time. When she'd pushed Professor Talbot about where the funding had come for on her project, he'd revealed it had come from a group called Junto. When she dug for more information, she'd found out Cameron Cruz was part of it. The last 3 days, she'd been all bugged about it. Finally, she'd decided she'd accept the gift and let it be. She walked out of her small apartment, unsure of the future. She couldn't believe it. She had the funding and the land. The key was to finish her dissertation and get to work implementing her plan. She hummed a tune and walked to her small red Volkswagen Bug. "Nice song." Jerking to a stop, she felt his stare on her, felt the immediate attraction ram into her gut. She'd been humming his song, the one he'd written about her. She'd been unable to get it out of her mind. He was there. Here. Turning around, she realized she'd walked right past him. He was leaning up against a black Corvette. "Nice car," she blurted. He shrugged. "You know, part of the Bazillionaires Club." He looked good. He wore jeans and a gray Storm t-shirt, and he was clean-shaven. No hat. He pulled off his sunglasses, and his dark brown hair fell all model-like into his eyes. For a second, she could barely breathe. He tapped the car with his fingertips. "See, I heard this rumor." "Really?" Cam took a step toward her. "About this girl I met a few weeks ago." Do I know her?" Then he was in front of her. She could smell the aftershave and his laundry detergent smell. Brushing a wisp of hair off of her cheek, he grinned. "I think you do." "What's she like?" "She's feisty and infuriating. She pretends she doesn't know when people are famous." "Why would she do that?" "I don't know. In fact, I wanted to ask her that very question." "Just that question?" He pulled back and searched her eyes. "Oh, and the other big one. Why didn't you marry him?" She could feel herself trembling. His question was real, intense, the very things their relationship had always been. "Come on, Kat." He flashed another grin. "Just say it." "What?" "That your second-string boyfriend got bumped up." She couldn't stop herself from laughing. Choking back a giggle, she flashed him a pointed look. "Why'd you fund my project?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Junto. I know that's you and several other billionaires from Jackson." He let out a breath. "You weren't supposed to know that." "I don't understand. Why would you fund it after I told you I was marrying Steven?" Hesitating for a moment, Cam took her hand. "Are you telling me because I have a lot of space in my house, I can't do anything philanthropic?" She laughed. "Come on, tell me, why didn't you marry him?" All those butterflies that always showed up when Cam was around were back. She frowned. "You're going to like the answer way too much." He moved closer to her. "Tell me anyway." "Because I realized he was manipulative." Cam tilted his head to the side and took her hand. "True." Loving the way her hand felt in his, she stared up at his lips. "And I sort of fell in love with this guy." Giving her hand a squeeze, he grinned wider. "Oh, yeah?" "And he's cocky, arrogant, really into his body." "I heard he saved your life one time," he countered. She grinned, laughing. "Oh, okay, I'll concede some points for that." Lifting his eyebrows, he grinned. "He sounds amazing." She paused. "But the best part, the real part, is that he is kind, funny, and writes songs about me." He bent closer to her. "Well, he sounds like some kind of Prince Charming." Her heartbeat went up a notch, and all she wanted to do was kiss him. "Oh no, believe me. What we found was more real than anything I've ever experienced in my entire life." Softly, he reached up and touched her hair. "It was real for me, too." He grinned. "I fell in love with you, Kat. Fake fiancé and all." Then his lips were on hers. She giggled but didn't let go, kissing him with as much love and passion and certainty as she'd ever felt. When he pulled away, he grinned down at her. "Now that's how I like to be kissed." "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah." "Well, that's good, cowboy, because I don't want there to be any doubt that you're the starter for the rest of the game." He laughed and picked her up, kissing her again. "That's good, because you've always been first string to me." This has been The Football Groom, Bachelor Billionaire Romances, a Last Play Companion. Written by Taylor Hart. Narrated by James Foey. Copyright 2015 by Taylor Hart. Production copyright 2017 by Taylor Hart. Cameron Cruz, quarterback for the Denver Storm, stared off the back deck of his recently acquired home in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Being in Jackson for the past 3 weeks had been good for him. It had given him a break from the incessant paparazzi, given him a break from all the questions from his sister Alicia, given him a break from the sport he loved, the sport that was so deeply tied to the father he'd lost 6 months ago. His phone buzzed. Flipping it over, he shook his head. Think of the devil and she shall call. Reluctantly, he answered the phone. Hey, sis. Can you tell me why I'm staring at a deed to a house in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, that's in my name? He'd known she'd find out, but hadn't known when. Does it matter? It does when you're supposed to be in Denver doing special training, which is why I let you out of all the spring branding. Then this shows up in the mail, so yeah, it matters. All my assets are yours, you know that. But you put this one under my name. Cam sighed. Sis, you know your name won't be flagged by the press piranhas like mine will. Plus, all my assets go into the family trust anyway. We share them. Alicia paused. So you're hiding?